was not a freeze, but a strategic pause to protect members, restore integrity, and lay the foundation for a resilient, well-regulated SACCO sector. It was to ensure that future SACCOs are not just registered, but ready to serve, govern ethically, and align with Kenya's financial inclusion goals and objectives.
Meanwhile, ICT CS William Kabogo appeared before the Senate to address concerns over online child protection. The ministry is working with social media companies to remove harmful content and shut down accounts exposing children to online abuse.
One action is the takedown action. The other action, Mr. Speaker, is that Communications Authority, through regulations, has been mandated now to stop operations of those platforms in the event of breach. But again, Mr. Speaker, we have issues that people run to court to stop us from doing certain things. But we have undertaken to be able to deal with these broadcasters, be it TikTok, be it Facebook, and some of them, Mr. Speaker, we have also given conditions in their licensing that they must have offices here in Kenya.
Police in Nairobi say 153 people were arrested during the Africa Forward Summit 2026 over offences linked to demonstrations and public order violations. Nairobi Regional Commander Issa Mohamud said the arrest included allegations of unlawful assembly, misconduct, obstructing police officers, and failure to notify authorities of protest. He said security agencies successfully secured the two-day summit attended by diplomats and foreign delegations with no incidents reported. Mohamud added that those arrested recorded statements and were later pardoned.
During the course of the operation and securing the international event, we arrested about 153 persons for various offences, including misconduct, obstruction of police officers, the execution of their duties, unlawful assembly, failure to notify police as required by law. They've recorded statements with us and we have pardoned them.
Meanwhile, 11 protesters arrested during anti-Sami demonstrations were released after prosecutors withdrew the case against them. However, lawyers say 5 foreign nationals arrested alongside the protesters remain in custody have not been presented in court, raising concerns over their welfare. Political activists also claim authorities are processing deportation papers for the foreigners. Separately, 99 Congolese nationals arrested in Nairobi CBD while allegedly planning to meet DRC president were released after the prosecution dropped charges.
There are 5 foreign comrades, 1 from Greece, 2 from South Korea, 1 from France, 1 from the UK, and they are being held incommunicado to this point. They have not been produced before any court.
We know that there are deportation papers that are being processed to make sure that they can be taken to the airport. We must therefore file a case under certificate of urgency.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFMKE.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Yo. Good morning.
Caro.
Ekaso, Kushel. How now?
Ade.
How body? Why do I feel like I'm in the heavens? Like I'm up here looking down on the rest of us. The rest of you. Simpletons. I'm on my throne. Gosh, I feel like I'm elevated. Yes. Who are these people who sit here in the night? Or is it Evelyn who was, trying to do things here?
Yeah, with Evelyn, she's just Evelyn. Yes. So things happen.
Okay, yes. So we understand. Kamanya, good morning.
Good morning to you too, Nduh.
How are things?
Things are good.
Uh-huh. How many Sundays?
63.
63 Sundays?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
To the renaissance of the country. A new country. A new Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
This is how Kamanya sees it. 63 Sundays to go. By Monday next week, there'll be 62 Sundays to go.
Yeah.
But Kamanya is here with us this morning, and we're getting into the situation. It's Thursday.
It is.
So, it's the 14th. One would imagine that when I'm trying to guess the day, that all I would need to do was to look ahead, slightly to the right, and I would see in big yellow numbers the day, the date, the month, the year, even the time.
Something's hiding in the open. So they just allude you.
I don't even have to think about it, and it would be just right there for me.
Yeah.
Yes. So, Nduh Kamanya with you this morning. getting into a number of things. We have established that everything is okay and everybody's fine. At least we're keeping things at a basic minimum.
Yes.
Joyline is awake, so that's always a good place to start. Mutanu shouted at us today and she said, this is Mutanu shouting, guys, pictures, please. Yeah. So today she's out of her element.
Decibels are those?
Like 2.5.
Okay.
She's in her she's not that's the elements. She's like, okay, it's towards the end of the week, so you can imagine. And then you played a song to me this morning that essentially is what is allowing me to speak like this, because I was at the point where I was like, hey God, how am I going to do this day?
You're tempting to say thank you. But don't thank me. Thank the owner of the song. And you can let them know what song it is. We all need it.
Thank you, Jada Monroe. And the song is Keep Going.
Right.
Yeah, I need to listen to it a couple more times.
Please do.
EVE, I think I found the song that could be the cover that I do in the studio. You need to listen to that song, by the way. I think that's the song. I think the reason why I haven't gotten into the studio yet is because, I was looking for the right song. I think JK is on something. I think he's giving me the song that we're going to do. That's the one we're going to do.
You're welcome. The universe is rich.
Thank you, Joe Kamanya. Have we established that everybody's okay? We've also established that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X this morning, and our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana. As you tuned in around the country, the region, and the world, this is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and we'll be talking about a number of things today as we get into those conversations. Leo, right? Let me let you know what some of those conversations will be. Yesterday was interesting in the courts, was it not? Where people were saying who showed up, who did not show up, what's wrong with somebody calling their doctor to find out if somebody was okay or not. Those proceedings continue as to whether the impeachment of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was actually, as per the book, or whether there were things that happened that should not have happened. So many things going on here and there and everywhere. But for this morning, let's talk about some of the things that we will be discussing. We're going to start off at 7 o'clock with a conversation around Game Plan 2027. As you know, this is something that we're going to be looking to regularly because there's a game plan. What happens when you get onto the pitch is a totally different story.
Right.
So we'll look into some of those things, and we'll do that this morning with Dr. Martin Oloo, who is an advocate and political analyst. He'll be joined by Musyoka Kala, who is a lawyer and former CAS in the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection. By-elections litmus test. Is it a litmus test every time when there's a by-election? Because there'll be a couple of them. I can never say it. The place is called Ekur. Dikri, exactly. Dikri. So there's a by-election that's taking place today, actually.
It's today, right?
It's not today.
It is.
It's today. Yes. And there'll be a couple more over the next couple of months. And then the one for Okoh that everybody's looking into will be held on the 16th of July.
Right.
So are these actually litmus tests for what will be happening in 2027? When the ground speaks in a particular way, is that the way in which we should look at it? We'll talk about all these things at 7 o'clock with these two gentlemen. They'll join us then. We will then also look into the SHA question. Yikes, it's a big one. Reverend Joseph Karaoke is the Vice Chairman, Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association, getting the system to work for Wananchi. It seems to still be an issue. Let's talk about it. We'll do that at 8 o'clock. And then we'll close things down with Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, the Executive Director of the Usawa Agenda. Teen pregnancies and school unrests. Now, 33 students were being presented in court yesterday from Kilifi and Taita Taveta County for unrest. Schools, I think there's a number of schools now for which there was an arson attempt is now 12 this year. In that area.
Right.
Yesterday, we've heard that State House Girls been closed indefinitely until they can figure out what's going there. Now, is it a thing where mocks, because we know that mocks are happening now for KCSC, is it a thing where now mocks come into play and as a result of that, people start doing the thing? Or is there something more to this particular story?
You see, in a country where you've had 7 movements in the last 3 years, movements of resistance, movements of agitation, it is only fair to expect that the young ones will replicate what the adults are doing. I think it was during, was it Moi or Kibaki?
Yeah.
There's a time there was a lot of unrest in schools.
Yeah, I think that's the time we saw that big fire, the really bad one, if what I'm reading is correct, because I was not here then, but there's a really terrible one that became like now the mark for this.
And equally,
Shangani or something.
Yeah, in Kombani somewhere.
Yes.
And equally, there was a lot of public unrest. So there is a direct correlation, in my opinion, because kids tend to ape what the adults are doing, and they read the environment of the society. But also it is worth looking into, because we need our learning spaces to be safe. And we need to have discipline as well. Mocks are just an examination. I know for them it's a determination of the life after.
It's a big deal, man.
Speaking. But also we need to prepare them well.
This is true. And coupled with the things that we're seeing, that the numbers of of girls who are out of school because they are pregnant, and I don't care what you want to say, a girl in school who's pregnant is pregnant prematurely.
Yes.
Period.
Shouldn't be.
No.
Shouldn't be. There's no reason.
There's no reason why a child should be pregnant. It doesn't matter whether it's Romeo and Juliet love affair. It doesn't matter whatever it is, whether it's somebody preying on a child. There is no justifiable reason why a child should be pregnant. And we're using the constitutional break-off of 18 years as to say a child. And so to see the numbers of children who are out of school because they are pregnant and now have to be mothers when they are still children, there's a problem.
There is another big problem.
Big issue.
That's why I keep calling for public-funded education, or what you call free education, so that we remove the hurdles. Because what do you hear? That she had to work. She's bribed. She had to go look for food for the family. So poverty plays a role here. But also, when you make education so expensive, people find means and ways. And then, you also have perpetrators and predators along the way. But if you make education free, in a manner of speaking, accessible and quality, it makes it more attractive and more easy for the students to go to school. It eases the burden of the parents of having, when you have kids sent away, maybe it's because of development money or bursary was not dispersed on time. But where does the child spend all the time?
There you go.
During the day.
That's
so
it.
They need to be in school. But also as a society, we need to be responsible. Kids need to be taken care of.
Come on. At the very bare minimum. At the very bare minimum, they must be taken care of. And we're not just talking about food, send them to school, shelter, protecting them from this nonsense that goes on. And that by the time we're going to start this thing, the time somebody is looking at a child and feeling as though they can derive some kind of satisfaction, sexually or otherwise, with the child, that person is a deviant. Must be able to protect children from these deviants in society. Male or female. It doesn't matter.
And that's why I still have a strong opinion regarding the pronouncements of the Nairobi appointed nominated senator, regarding the minor who was in parliament. Because in my opinion, I read some sexual connotation in there.
Absolutely.
I wonder why action has not been taken.
And why? And then we made noise about it for 2 days and then it's gone. No,
she needs to go.
Absolutely. You don't. That's somebody representing you.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need to protect our children by addressing now such public utterances. That would be a good example.
It will be.
So that everybody can know, even your own words are harmful to the young ones.
They don't protect.
Yes.
They don't protect.
Indeed.
These are fun parts of the conversation that we will be having with Dr. Munyasa at 9 o'clock, and then that comes to the what we'll be talking about today. So karibuni sana. You can already tell that it's going to be an interesting one, because there are some issues that are coming out already even before we have the conversation. So karibuni sana, and thank you for joining us this morning. We'll say hello to you in just a minute. But Joe, you know what? Our proverbs this week come from Eswatini, the kingdom of Eswatini. I know you've been in the area.
Well, what happens in Eswatini
stays in Eswatini. All right. Let me tell you something.
But there's plenty of sugar plantation.
Sindo? Okay. That's great. It's okay.
Yes.
Let's just leave it at that.
Things are sweet. Okay. In Eswatini.
Sweetini. Swatini.
Yes.
Okay. You might like this one. A roaring lion kills no game.
Ooh. Now, why are you referring to the Kenya-France summit?
I knew it. I knew we were going to go somewhere.
I thought it was done.
It's finished. Everybody's gone back home.
Yeah. You see, all big talk, no action. Ain't that what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So, yes, you can say a lot.
By the time you're roaring, opening your mouth, everywhere.
But if
you eat, no.
There you have it. If you don't back it up with your action, it's pointless.
Absolutely.
It's just hot air. It's hot air, actually. Hot air.
That's the real definition of hot air. Okay, you're finished.
Yes.
Yeah. You want to be shouting, come and be doing as well. Very simple. That you don't have time to be telling everybody, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, or this is what. Do it.
Yeah.
Period. By the time a lion is hunting, they don't have time to be shouting at everybody, telling them that I'm the lion. No, please, just get it done. I guess we can speak to ourselves and we can speak to everybody when we go through that. Sindo? All right. I said that our live streams are up. Yes, I did. Live streams are up on Facebook, YouTube, and on X. Our audience on KTN, those who can wave at us and we can't see you, do it. Even if you need to wink and in the dark, wink anyway. We'll feel it. Talk to us and tell us where you're tuned in from this morning. I can already see people talking about the conversations that we had yesterday and how they agreed or not agreed. Fantastic. Let's say hello. Say hi to Joe. Joe is here, guys. There's something to be excited about. And then tell us, as you're getting to bed this morning or in the night, depending on where you are, just say hello. Very good morning to you. Tuned in this morning is Shaq Bet. Top of the morning, SpiceFM family. And to you too, man. Karibu Sana. George Adimo says, good morning. I'm listening from Rongo. It's been raining all night. Did it rain here in Nairobi last night? What's wrong with me? Okay, yeah, okay, but it's raining in different parts of the country. It did rain, didn't it?
It did.
Okay, all right, so I'm not crazy. It did rain. Yes, it did. It started raining from early evening yesterday. Christina says, good morning. Good morning to you. Amelia Monde, good morning. Amelia, thank you for Amani's birthday wishes. Yes, so our youngest listener of the Situation Room, Joe, turned 4 years old yesterday. Her name is Amani. And you're telling us that you're not hiding Amani. Okay. So you want how you can reach out to you to organize how we go about it. Bas, you know what we're going to do? I don't know now. Let me, if I say my number on air now, that would be a problem. But I don't know how I'll reach you. Maybe how Amelia will figure this out, how we can get in touch. Sawa. But yes, she is a custodian over our youngest TSR listener. So we have claimed property. Okay. Kimiak says, good morning. You might like Kimiak, Joe. And he says, another fresh day to proclaim that nothing good will come out of the Kenya Concert Administration. Enjoy your money. He's been saying this every day, and I think he's determined. The way you say they're now 63 Sundays, Kimiak is determined to tell us every day that this is the case. He has taken this gospel.
Keep going. We said keep going is the spirit. That's the truth.
And Smoky Bandit says, good morning to all and sundry, and says, Kimiak 100%. Yes. Okay. Zach is tuned in this morning and said it's only in Kenya where empty or mitumba boxes are delivered to hospitals in the name of medicines. Lord, did I miss something? Kiaria Peter says, good morning. Always remember that everything happens for a reason. It might not make sense now, but at the right time, it will. Peter Caricho says, good morning, Spice FM. Just loving the show from Queen Greek, Arizona. Good morning to you guys. Continue doing the good job and best wishes for the day. And to you too, my brother. Thank you. Mashari and Jerry is tuned in this morning and says, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. It is. From Portland with love. Raimtula Omar says, good morning. Tune in from Nairobi. Love your shirt and do thank you very much. And welcome, Joe.
Yebo.
Baba 3 Girl says, good morning. Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. S1B there says, good morning, Spice Fraternity. We are locked in the house. Keep enduring because endurance pays. Good day, all. It definitely does. Isakale says, the room. The room. Every morning's blend is equal parts fuel prices, broken promises, constitutional crises, and just a little garnish of public outrage. Yes. You're asking me, so what? So, what's the mix for our daily dose of anger today? Well,
stick around.
It's not going to be too far from now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Joe has that look in his eye, so yeah, I can assure you there's something's coming. All right. Very good morning to you. Jennifer Attorney says, good morning, Joe, Spice family. Joe, the scarf is goals.
You are. Thank you.
You know what he was doing?
Of course, yes. I promise.
You promised.
I promised.
And you fulfilled your promise. Yes, you did. Where's my Jirani? Your Jirani, Sasa, we've realized that there are only 24 hours in a day. And the man can only do so much. So if you saw him on your screens last night and the night before. So don't worry, he's come back. Bernard Nyaberry says, good morning. Just the National Treasury, which has refused to disperse money to the counties, or what? Most counties haven't paid their workers. Tell Mbadi, instead of doing politics, sits down and work. I actually agree with this. And this could be applicable in government. Or it could be applicable in the office where you're working or in your business. You could be roaring like the lion, but guess what? Once you're roaring, you're not hunting. You can be shouting here, politics. Can you imagine you're shouting? And then there are people across the counties who've not been paid because what? Because you've not sent money. How about you go send money? Then when you finish doing your work and come and shout. Abby? Okay. I'm just suggesting. Leo says, so the house on the hill wants 20 billion for 2026-2027 financial year after blowing 17 billion this financial year. Seems chai is more expensive than Uji. Yeah, President Uhuru. It would appear so. Smokey says, how is it a litmus test when UDA and IBC are rigging? Oh, wow. Also, greetings to Josphat. There's your greeting. Yes. There it is, Izakale. That's where we're going to start with this morning. How do we know that they're rigging? Okay, we'll get into that. I'm sure that we will this morning. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, Spices. Tuned in from Sultan Hamoud. The only way to start the day is to be tuned into the Situation Room. Have a nice one, Kabisa. Robert Bogo tuned in from Mombasa. Very good morning to you. Mtuflani, good morning, Binti Wamfalme, he says. Joe and the squad. Princess, me, I like thy nails. Oh, asante sana. Mtuflani, ata wea kuja. Osana Emily says, good morning. Good morning to you, Karibu Sana. Christina, you say, I disagreed with Bishop Kiama telling people that you are saved won't wipe out bad governance. Rachel is a pastor, yet mothers and babies are dying. Margaret fought for mothers. Lucy fought for health. Okay, have to fight for something, I guess.
Yeah, but they do have a point. I think there's a very thin line between psychophancy and understanding religion and roles of state. We have to separate the two.
They must be separated.
The state and the church must be separated. So sometimes you see the men of cloth, and I say this with no reservation whatsoever, and we hold them at the pedestal, and yet they are the watchdogs of immorality, some of them, corruption, some of them, poor governance, some of them. And you know, some of them are paid to sanitize the actions of the government.
Yes.
So we have to call them out, those who are not doing what they should be doing. And the church has to be the church, and let the state be the state. If you want to be in governance, or politics as they call it, then decide. But you don't want this ambivalence, fence-sitting kind of a thing, whereby when the country is going down because of poor governance, you come up and say, let's pray for our country. Since when did prayers disclose the public debt audit? I'm done. Let's move. You said it's Thursday.
Izakale, I told you that it was not going to take long, and he already has a furrow in his brow. So, Henry Acceptor said it's another day. It is a new day. Good morning, Spice family. Roll up your sleeves and let's get to work. Twende Kazi, Kabisa. Smoky PC Bandit says, about Nyamu, why her and not Chiragi, the person she was implying would assault the teenager? I don't care. Put both of them in the bin. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Put both of them in the bin. The person who was smiling complacently or the person who uttered the words. Both of you. Doesn't matter. In this case, both of you. Really. Yeah, I mean, and if you were smiling about it, that means you understood exactly what she was saying and chose not to say anything. And considering what, somebody like Gloria or Woba has been saying all this time about how people are just misbehaving and have bad manners, then perhaps she may be right on some points. Smokey C. Bandit, you might be onto something. Kiari Peter says, kelele ya chura haizui ng'ombe kunywa maji. Sindio? Chura is what?
A frog.
A frog, right.
You know that roaring of the frog?
Yeah.
It's about the proverb. It's
right. Okay. Dissect my brain. Okay. Richard Odera says, good morning, Spice. Tuned in from Mikindani, Mombasa. Presidential elections in Kenya is hot air. The determining factor is constant. Which is what? What's the determining factor? Simon says, good morning. Tuned in from Dubai. A very good morning to you. Clinton Sereti says, good morning. Cherab sub-county in Isiolo County. I know you've never been here. That's interesting. I've been to Isiolo, the main town. Maybe far off a little bit. And maybe I was in Chiraba and I did not know that I was there. But it's great all the same that you're tuned in from there, and thank you for joining us. You Stop Her Dachi. That's an interesting name. A very good morning to you. Fist bump to you too, man. Good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this blessed Thursday? Kenyans, is it right for visitors to force us to consume their views? Is it? Ramtula says, please bring Joe Daly. Not me. Excuse me? Bas.
I like how you have no words. But yeah, guests should not shout.
Bring Joe daily average.
Yes, I hear you. I agree.
Daily means every day.
Oh, every day.
Daily, like daily newspaper.
I thought I was too. Okay.
Daily motivation. daily means every day.
Every
I'm just
day.
saying, yeah. Sasa say mimi nimesema.
But I also the previous comment.
Where you say guests should not shout. Just sit
come
down.
to my home. Hey, even if I'm misbehaving, it's my home. It's easier for you to leave.
Then tell me to keep quiet.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yes, but yeah. But yes, I hear Rahimtullah.
Good morning, beautiful souls. Blissful day, says Pamela Bilma. A very good morning to you. Karibu sana, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. Always lovely to have you here. Karibu, karibu, karibu. We're getting into conversations. What I want us to do now is take a quick break to see what's going to happen in the skies and on the roads. And then we're going to come back and look into the headlines of the papers and what's making the news at 28 minutes to 7. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
So indeed, cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. A chance of rain currently at 16. We'll see a high of 24. It's 15 and cloudy into Nakuru with a high of 24. And we'll see a high of 23 in a mostly cloudy Njeri at 16. 20 and cloudy into Kisumu and 19 and cloudy into Kakamega. Mombasa's partly sunny at 24. And at 26, it's cloudy into Malindi. 20 and sunny into Marsabit. Raining this morning in Kampala at 20, and it's 23 and sunny in Dar es Salaam. 7 and clear into Johannesburg. 28 and clear conditions in Lagos and mostly cloudy at 7 currently in London. 28 and sunny into Beijing, and it's cloudy at 15. Wednesday nights in New York coming into Thursday. We'll see a high of 22 and a low of 13.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, where are you this morning? If you're coming off of the Thika Superhighway, we're not going to see too much action for now. As you get then towards that Pangani Tunnel, the underpass coming in from the major Thika Highway, we see there's traffic as you try to get onto Moranga Road. But all in stride, nothing outside of the ordinary. There is some traffic on Jogo Road as you get out towards the junction and find your way out towards Landis. And on North Airport Road, nothing happening majorly here. There's some traffic inbound around Embakasi. And if you're coming off Mombasa Road, for most parts of it, all the way in from Mlolongo, you're doing okay here as well. Other parts of the city, not much clicking. Not at the moment. So if you've not left, now would be a good time to do so. Let's talk, keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Turn up the heat with endless entertainment on Star Times. Feel every moment of the action as the biggest leagues reach their thrilling finales. Recharge your monthly subscription to unlock a world of endless drama to enjoy Novella E, now available on your Nyota bouquet. Dive into blockbuster movies with the launch of TNT, your new home of big screen hits. And for the little ones, a world of non-stop fun on Cartoon Network, now on Star Times. News, sports, drama, movies, kids, and reality all in one place. All for you. To renew your subscription, dial *858# for self-service or get in touch with our call center on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Buy a StarTimes decoder at any of our deal shops countrywide. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, continuing our conversations, it's 25 minutes to 7 o'clock. We're taking a look into the headlines today. And on the front page of the Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper, Ruto's mystery calls. There's a picture of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and then there's insets of the late Dr. Job Obwaka, as well as Dr. Daniel Gikonyo. President William Ruto's name was yesterday drawn into two separate but unsettling narratives where doctors and political power intersected through phone calls that ended in controversy and loss. In the matters involving the late Dr. Job Obwaka and cardiologist Dr. Daniel Gikonyo, there were claims of direct and indirect presidential contact during moments of intense political pressure, raising questions about undue influence. Though unrelated in outcome, the accounts converge on a troubling pattern of power reaching into medical and custodial spaces with consequences that are still being debated. Yikes, and I think that's my question as well. But let's listen to this point from the widow of Dr. Job Obwaka, Everose Chimtai. She said things changed along the way, and they called the office of the president, and he was ordered to withdraw a case in court he had filed. So this is when, of course, during the memorial service yesterday, and she was talking about what had happened in the lead up to her husband's arrest. And she said State House called and said withdraw this case because he had filed a case. He was brought in with a number of others. I remember she mentioned Professor Biakika and a number of others to essentially streamline the operations of the Nairobi hospital.
Correct.
Right? And she said along the line he found out that things were actually not going right, and that he said, we've been called in to do this, we're not going to allow things to continue going south, so he brought this case. Now during that time is when he was told, hey, kill this story, and he declined to kill the story. So she all but said the reason when the time that his troubles started is after he had been told to recall or withdraw the case, and he declined to do so. You see?
Yeah.
All right. So she talked about the issues there. Dr. Daniel Gikonyo in court yesterday said, I must be honest enough to specify that I did receive a call from our president asking about the status of the patient, Rigathi Gachagua, and I responded accordingly. Now, on the top of it, is there a problem if the president gave a call to the doctor that was attending to former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua? Would there be a problem?
Well, politically speaking, yes.
Okay. At the time, remember that he was to come back at the afternoon session for delivery of the decision, which is when he fell ill.
Allegedly.
Okay.
But I think, the problem is not even the medical procedures or condition that he may have been in. It is a political interference that people are trying to read. Because if you are impeaching somebody because the president must have initiated it, either directly or otherwise, to a point, why would you be bothered? He could argue, I was just concerned as a fellow human being. Wanted to know how serious it was. Also, was it a goof? Him trying to play a no-show. So many things come into play. But I think ultimately it's a political question more than a medical question. Also, I think the lawyers are trying to build up their defense because they really would love to tear down the impeachment motion. But I keep saying the impeachment is not a judicial matter per se. It is more of a political process, and it happened. It is what it is today. He stands impeached, and I see also remember the case of Mike Sonko when he wanted to vie, and then he was told you stand impeached, and they were trying to evoke, I don't remember the article saying that you have to exhaust all
possible avenues of what is the word they use? Appeal.
Of appeal.
Yes.
But the real truth that holds is that you still stand impeached, even as you explore other means of relief. Even as you go to the Constitutional Court, the High Court, So the man stands impeached. It's okay for them to play it out in court. This is why we have the judiciary. It is fine. Everybody has to build their own defenses. Everybody has to, it's like you go to a hospital. They have to build a differential so they get a diagnosis. It is okay. So I'm okay with the doctor being called to the docs and answering the questions. I'm okay hearing the president call, but I'm waiting for the pronouncement because we cannot violate our constitution. Once you're impeached, you're impeached.
You're impeached. It will be interesting to see. I was still trying to make the connection between this insistence on this particular phone call to Dr. Gikonyo and what relevance it plays in all of this. Because the implication here is very strong. That the call was made to indeed determine whether this gentleman was unwell or not. Do you see? Not whether you were calling in to check on him. Hey, Joe, how is he doing? You know, I know you. I just wanted to make sure that the man is okay. Or were you trying to see whether he was truly sick and whether the doctor would disclose this information to you?
And
if that's the point that the legal team is trying to bring out here, that interference should not have happened. If that is the case, how does it play out exactly on these things that you're talking about? What does it have to do with the motion then that was raised for impeachment and not the process of everything else that happened?
And then there's an addendum to the doctor's statement. He said he had to consult the patient before giving a response. So he
Do
had
you
to,
want me to tell them?
What should I say? I've received this call about you. What should I say? So then the patient allowed the doctor to disclose the information, to respond to the president. Or rather now, the impeached deputy president gave Dr. Gikonyo consent to tell the president that this is the status. And I think he said that we're still running tests. When we have a conclusive,
we'll come back to you. This is the thing. And so all of this and how it will play out will be very, very interesting.
So they were talking through the doctor. That's the point. That's the other point.
Yes, so the thing is you are unable to determine the intent at this point because one of the things that we know that in a court of law, you cannot tell me what happened somewhere else. You have to, it is your testimony that comes through. So the intent of whether this was a friendly phone call or whether there was an investigative point to this, like, let's see what's going on, because nobody can tell me that not everybody within that political sphere was keeping tabs of this process on that Thursday. I won't forget it was a Thursday, and everybody was kind of like, okay, so he's in hospital, what does that mean? They went back to the chamber and continued with the process, whether the man was in hospital or not.
And then legally speaking, is that okay? Because again, he had representation.
Yes, he did.
He had his lawyers. So did he have to be there in person? I think the pronouncement by the National Assembly at the time was that it was not important for him to be there in person. So whether he was taken ill or not,
wouldn't matter.
So we wait and see.
It'll be interesting to see how they're going to draw this. And imagine that's just the front page of the Standard. Looking into some other stories making the headlines this morning. If I can just get the page to turn, that would be fantastic. Okay, here we go. Progress. Top State House official pushed Dr. Waka to his death, says his widow. This woman took an opportunity yesterday to tell you what happened, and she said it very clearly. I may not ever get another opportunity to say to you. And she was speaking from a point of, this is a man that she's known for 46 years. She had no reason. She's apolitical. She had no reason to tell you these things if they were untrue. No reason from what she was saying. And you could see, I mean, you can be a judge of character by the way you see somebody. And she was genuine in her assertions. And she said, you know what? My husband, though he was aged, he was okay. That she could see the degradation as a result of this stress point, especially after he took on this particular case where he was saying no to some of the operations that he saw at the hospital. He was saying no. And she could see that is when things started to fall apart. And she said somebody pushed him to his death. Not literally pushed him down the stairs, but this happened as a result of that. I presented a letter from his doctor stating that he had had open heart surgery and that he could not sleep in the cold. But police said their hands were tied and that they were getting instructions. And she said it yesterday from the top. She said he had open heart surgery. He couldn't have slept in the cold. All I was asking for was for him to be given a mattress if you had to keep him in the cell overnight. And they said, kama ni huyo, hapana, kwanza huyo, hapana. Those are the words that she used. She was very clear that there was an external hand in the death of her husband.
He goes on to say he did not die a quiet death. He died wounded, not by disease, but by betrayal. He was hunted, harassed and humiliated. He was arrested on charges no honest tribunal would entertain. He spent 2 nights in a police cell, said Mongela. He was paraded before a criminal court for offenses he never committed. I think what is key on the Nairobi hospital matter is that there was a lot of political interest, political interference. It is unfortunate that such a man, fine, he may have been aged and ailing, but I think he was placed in circumstances and conditions because of his work, passion for his work. This is like death from passion, you know. He was just passionate and on wanting to see the institution come back to functionality and serve the people, right? But then some people had issues with that, and unfortunately, it has propelled, you know, his demise, in a manner of speaking. I know matter of life and death is about like when it happens, but sometimes circumstances can be triggered to accelerate whatever problems could be having. As she says, it became more stressful, and I know my sincere condolences to her and the family, and also to the brother of the late doctor. But it is unfortunate that such good men who are trying to make our institutions be of upstanding and good standing are humiliated, you know, in front of the country. What crimes did he commit?
I don't know.
You know, it's unfortunate, rather.
It is very unfortunate that is there going to be interference in a particular thing. It's just weird after you've been given a job to do. I mean, it's the same executive power that called you in to streamline things here, and now he's asking you to let go of the job that they asked you to do, and then unfortunately you die because of it. It's a painful thing, and you could see that it was painful, that it didn't need to happen. It didn't.
Rest in power, Doctor.
Indeed. The Africa Forward Summit draws to a close with dance. That is done, and everybody's gone back to where they come from. I don't know what's going to happen after that, but okay.
Okay. I mean,
it's okay.
France, rather, has been kicked out of the western part of the continent. We know they are looking for a new home. Why were you so excited about hosting a colony? This is my opinion. I know we are now in the era of cooperation, where we're looking at multilateralism and bilateralism and all that, and I do agree. But there has to be a deliberate effort from us, African countries, to consolidate our strength and bargain with the rest of the world as equals. You know, the era where we continue placing ourselves as children who need rescuing, yet we are the ones who supply all the raw materials, all the human capital and resources. We know, like France, in my opinion, has built their economy and wealth on the backs of Africa. You know, sweat and backs of Africa. You know, sweat and blood has been shed. For them to be for France to be where it is
today.
And then they are kicked out of West Africa. We host them, Kenya, and we are like very happy to do that. I did not see the Burkinabes here. I did not see people from Ivory Coast.
South Africa.
Why? So this is new colonialism, as I say, and unfortunately it is perpetuated by the current crop of African leaders that we have today. This has to stop. I saw what do you call him? Not president, but president of the African Union. And for once, I was ashamed. Because that's not how we want to.
For once, you were ashamed of the African Union?
Yeah, because I had hope.
I have never had pride in the puppetry of the African Union for the longest time.
He spoke very well.
Yeah, but remember the lion? Remember the lion?
Okay.
Yeah.
But having said all that, no, Africa needs to re-engineer how we engage with the rest of the world and where we position ourselves. We cannot keep shouting about need for a new financial infrastructure and architecture when we are bleeding of corruption in our own countries.
You're preaching to the choir, man, because
I'm glad it's done. I'm happy for the artists who performed there. I'm happy for the caterers who benefited from the event.
Many transport organizers who had their business.
I'm happy for that. But ultimately, I think we need to revise our principles of engagement as a continent. And then we have to agree. If you kick out a colony from one country within Africa,
how are you inviting it to the other side, folks?
And how is that a good thing?
And I keep saying, also, you need to go back and look. I gave the example yesterday. Like when you come and say you want to marry a girl, they tell you, okay, thank you, you have come, very good. Then they now send somebody to go to where you said you're from. To see if you people are okay. Is there madness? Is there perennial illness in your family? Are you people poor? Are you people in jail? So that we find out who you are. Go and find out what is happening in France today. look at the issue with the economy.
Yes.
Look at the issue with public dissatisfaction about how the government has been handling money for pensions. Go and see what is happening there.
The immigration policy, especially on Africans.
Yep. This has nothing to do with whether who shook hands with who. No. You want to look at really what's happening and how this table, build your own table. But, we could go on. The story on page 4 talks about Gachagua was genuinely sick during his impeachment. This is Dr. Gikonya who's saying, no, I mean, I have no reason to lie. The man was unwell. Okay? Ousted but vocal, Gachagua's bold persona after impeachment. He's come out with a voice that maybe he didn't have before. Diplomatic goof is the question that's being asked on page 8. Why Kenya risks isolation after the French summit? The question is, why did you go ahead and do that? I thought it was interesting that during the Africa Forward Summit, we understand that Yoweri Museveni was being sworn in for his next term. He was in the company of President Samia Suluhu, who did not come for the Africa Forward. Did she come? She did not come for the Africa Forward Summit.
No. Only forward people.
In quotes came. And so there were a number of other presidents that were at Yoweri Museveni's swearing in that were not in Nairobi. Now, whether you want to say that the invitation for Yoweri's swearing in came first and they were a bit busy, you can say whatever you want. But optics speak very loudly here. And so that certain people were not there. Ramaphosa declined to come for the summit. Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire actually was there. But look, Guinea, Mali, Burkina were not there. They were not there. So you want to ask yourself the questions, why? And then some people who showed up for Yoweri Museveni's swearing in, also why were they there, not in Nairobi? Anyway, does Kenya actually risk isolation after the French summit? There's a question. Why the referral system is choking major hospitals as patients suffer. We're talking about SHA at some point this morning. This is one of the things that we're going to bring up. Because do you do people a disservice who come to a referral hospital and maybe they need stitches or maybe they have a diagnosis of malaria and you choose to treat them and charge them? And I say you should not. Don't treat them. Tell them where they should go, because a referral hospital is a referral hospital. You're dealing with those issues that your level 2, 3, 4, in some cases even 5, are unable to handle. So don't take them in and then charge them because SHA won't accept their payment there. Tell them to, hang on just a little bit and go to any one of these hospitals which are in your network that are not a referral hospital.
Like stay in pain a little bit more because you have a failed health system.
But no. What I'm saying is, why tells you go to Kenyatta National Hospital with what? Even typhoid. Okay?
God forbid. Though.
God forbid. Because please wash your hands. However, they know very well that you go to Kenyatta with your SHA status, you should not be able to access that care for an issue which is not a referral. So what they're doing, rather than tell you to go to Mama Lucy or to go to, I don't know, Shalom, they tell you, we'll treat you, but we'll charge you and you have to pay cash, which is unfair, I think. Just tell them, tafadhali, here we're going to deal with these other cases. In order for you not to pay cash, that you can use your SHA, go to Shalom or go to Mama Lucy. Do you understand?
No, I don't, but I hear you.
Because they're charging them and they don't have the money.
The problem is this. By doing that, we'll be still sustaining the problem that we have. Health is a public good. It should be accessible to each and every person. Universal health coverage. But I like that you're talking about SHA after. So I rest my case. But we have a failed health system. You know what page 5 is also talking about of the Standard? Ruto extols Njoki's CV as he launches her bid for ICC seat.
Yes.
There is a tendency, and this is me speaking.
Joe speaking.
And when President Ruto campaigns for you, you don't make it.
Ouch.
I'm just saying. I like Njoki. She's good. But hey, let's see how it plays out.
You must base these assertions on either experience or facts, sir.
Hey, remember the African Union?
Okay.
Is that enough?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There's an end of I will just leave that with a smack.
Okay.
End of contentious policy as TSC plans to promote 30,000 teachers. Well, that's good. You can't do it sooner. Sifuna faction rejects ODM's call for 2027 candidates application. Yeah, they came out and said, they told their party members yesterday, everybody who wants to run for a position, I don't know, whatever, you need to bring those forward so that we can now deal with that. It seems like they're just doing things anyhow. I don't know.
Page 7 has the unaudited results, rather accounts of the cooperative bank. So any accountant of good note would bother to let you know at the end of the financial year how your accounts look like.
Yes.
So please, Kenyans, have one CS bandy know that accounts ought to be audited and publicized. I'm done. It's 7.
It's almost 7.
Yeah.
Where I cannot leave without telling you that the IEBC faces MP's backlash over 78.4 billion shilling election budget. I don't understand what people are drinking, but I want some. Because you went to them and said, we need 63 billion shillings to run this election, etc., blah, blah, blah. They said to you, you need 63. Okay, here's 47. You come back and say, actually, you know what? We need a 73. Oh, no, we need 78. They didn't give you the 63 that you needed initially.
No.
They said they don't have it. They've told you they can give you 47.
Yes.
But then you come back and say, yeah, maybe they were having a bad day. What we actually need
is 78.
78. So yeah, you're going to go ahead and get us that because we can't run this thing without that kind of money. But it's interesting because in all of this, they need to buy new Kim's kits. They're going to say that some of them are obsolete, but they've not told us how many they actually need and what's happening to the other ones which are not obsolete that you can actually use. They want to build a building because, you know, bomas ime bomolewa, so they cannot use that as an NTC. And I don't know why you need an NTC because we said that the result of the election is final at the what? Yeah.
Polling.
Yeah.
Center.
But we still for the polling station, but we still somehow need to have an NTC and they need IEBC house. Something house, they call it something Gira, and I can't remember. Anyway, so they need to build that. I don't know if you're going to be able to get the money built up before 2027, but whomst am I?
But we don't need it for now.
According to them, that's why this thing has gone to 70.
Putting up a structure is important and streamlining our...
Yeah, they said Anniversary Towers doesn't work for them right now because, you know, it's in the middle of the city. Anybody can just walk in any time and people are just making noise. They don't need that. They need serene environment, a conducive environment for this work to be done. Don't you get it, Joe?
I don't. I won't. I refuse.
Oh, God.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's why they need the 78 billion. So MPs are like, are you crazy? We already told you that the 63 billion that you needed, we don't have, we're not going to give to you. And now you're coming back to ask for 78. That's why I'm telling you, whatever these folks be drinking, I want some because it gives you balls of steel. Like, yeah, but yeah, we still need 78. Somebody needs to tell IEBC. Hashtag tell IEBC. You're not getting 78 billion. And still, the country expects an election to be carried out and carried out properly. Sawa. Hey, that's what you need to understand. So, Isakale, I told you. You see what we're seeing? Those are the stories that are making headlines this morning in the Standard. Of course, looking at more stories as we get into it. Let's get into our conversations and find out now if this IEBC with the by-elections is a litmus test for later. Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Danyozwa. I'm Sheila Timbor. Residents of Emurwadikir constituency in Narok County are voting today in a by-election to elect a new member of parliament following the death of area MP Johanna Ngeno. More than 44,000 registered voters are expected to take part in the poll, which is being contested by 5 candidates. The rest is mainly seen as a contest between the UDA party and DCP party. IEBC returning officer Caleb Gekonda said polling stations are opened early this morning and urged residents to turn out in large numbers to elect their representative in the National Assembly.
Na tunashukuru Mungu hatujaona shida yoyote, na mipangilio sasa iko sawa kabisa. Wapiga kura wakuje vituoni wapige kura, na tunawahimiza wajitokeze kwa wingi, kwa maana vituo zinafunguliwa kuanzia saa 12 asubuhi na zitafungwa saa 11 jioni. Linalohitajika, mwenye amejiandikisha kama mpiga kura ajitokeze na kitambulisho chake kama ndiye alitumia kujiandikisha nacho, ama valid passport kama ndiye alitumia kujiandikisha nayo, akuje nayo apige kura.
Gekonde also appealed for peace during the exercise, saying every voter must be given an opportunity to exercise their democratic right and assured residents of a free and fair election.
Tutimize amani. Amani ni amana sana and is very expensive na iko costly. Sasa kwetu ni kusema kila mwananchi wa Emurua Dikirr akona haki kumchagua kiongozi mwenye anapenda, asirasimishwe ama kutishwa na yeyote. And as IPC bado tunaendelea kuambia sisi ensure we have a free, fair, transparent and credible elections.
He further warned leaders against violating election laws, saying stern action will be taken against offenders.
Imekuwa tukiwaambia sheria itachukua mkondo wake kama mmoja wao atashikwa ama atasuizwa participate in committing an electoral offense.
The State Department for Housing and Urban Development says nearly 400 billion shillings will be needed annually to sustain the affordable housing program, warning that current housing levy collections are insufficient to meet the country's targets. Appearing before the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, Housing PS Charles Hinga said the department is seeking an additional 110 to 150 billion shillings in the 2026-2027 financial year.
If we were to achieve 200,000 a year, it means you multiply 200,000 by 2 million to meet our target of 200,000 units a year. So the question then is, how do you fund 400 billion against 100 billion levy collected?
Hinga also urged the National Treasury to return 1.2 billion shillings in pending bills to the department to facilitate payments owed to Kazi Mtani workers and security contractors involved in affordable housing projects. Lawmakers supported the proposal calling for an urgent meeting between the Housing Ministry and the National Treasury to unlock the delayed payments.
On the issue of payment of these people, I think it's very clear. There was a commitment, there was a document, get engaged in this particular document, so they must be paid. So Chair, through you, I'll request that a meeting is quickly pulled together, but for the cases to be given by the PS, Bwana Hinga, then we call in Treasury, round the table, we get the solution by the end of that meeting.
The pending bill has to return back to the ministry. It cannot be part of amalgamated pending bills. So for us is, I think, to have that round table with Treasury to address that and any other issues that we need addressed.
And members of the National Assembly have called for the relocation of Nakuru State House, citing congestion, limited space for expansion, and Nakuru's growing status as a city. Nakuru Woman Representative Liza Chelule said the current facility along the Nairobi-Nakuru Highway no longer reflects the stature of a modern state house. She proposed the acquisition of a larger piece of land for a new facility. Appearing before the Committee on National Assembly Departmental on National Administration and Internal Security State House Comptroller Dr. Kato Olemetito acknowledged the space challenges, saying expansion is difficult because surrounding land is privately owned. He added that the government has allocated funds for renovation of state houses and lodges across the country as discussion on relocation continue. And that's the news wire. I'm Sheila Tembur.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices that the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes.
That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're getting into it this morning, the second hour of the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation on this Thursday. Looking into a number of things, and we're going to ask the question, and maybe by the end of this hour we'll have the answer. Whether the by-elections that we're getting into, one is happening today. We know that the polls open already. And then getting into by-election season over the next couple of days and months. We will hopefully have an answer by the end of it today, see whether it actually is a litmus test for what will happen coming into 2027. One of our guests is already here this morning. Monsieur Kakala is a lawyer and former CAS Ministry of Labour and Social Protection, and joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
And welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you.
As we get into this conversation, we'll be joined by Dr. Martin Oloo in just a minute. He will. One of the things that we do in the Situation Room is that we go to the African continent, a different country every week. We come back with your proverbs, and then you get the delightful job of then interpreting this for us. And so we'd love to hear what your thoughts are about this. This week we are in Eswatini. And the proverb for today goes like this. I don't know where it went. Okay. It actually did. A lion that is roaring cannot hunt.
A lion that is roaring cannot hunt.
Mm.
You want my thoughts about that?
Yes, we do. We would love to hear your interpretation of it.
I think my interpretation would be that when you talk about a lion that is roaring and cannot hunt, then it means that...
or rather, a roaring lion kills no game. A roaring lion kills no game.
Of course. You attract... you must do it. Hunting must be, of course, strategic and must also be in quiet places. So when already a lion is roaring, you have already attracted attention. You have alerted the would-be victim. And of course, nature is that the natural reaction to any danger is, of course, self-defense, and what you employ self-defense, or even techniques of even hibernating from a dangerous situation. That would be my interpretation.
Interesting. I love the way the human mind works, that you can see one thing, but someone else's mind can interpret it differently. All right, let's get into the by-elections this morning. Of course, one happening today. And we can start with the question, and I'm sure it will find itself coming out in different form later, that our by-elections are the by-elections that we are currently seeing. We saw some last year, another one earlier this year, another one happening today, more over the next couple of weeks, and then into July. Are there actually litmus tests to test the ground for what will happen in 2027?
Sure. It is safe to argue that the by-elections that are happening currently, and of course the others that will happen sometimes in June, and the others that have happened are a mirror of what will happen in 2027. And of course, they provide the public with an opportunity to scrutinize with the preparedness of IBC in conducting the next general election. Of course, there are so many things that are at play. The Kenyans will be interrogating the technology that will be employed in these by-elections. We look at how IBC will be handling the disputes that will arise during these. Of course, there will be some disputes that will always come up during elections. How they handle it. Independence of IBC will be, of course, interrogated in terms of how independent as an institution IBC will conduct these elections. Whether the by-elections will be credible, free and fair, whether IBC will be able to tame electoral malpractices that are normally associated with elections, and how they handle such situations. And of course, the most important, how the results will be transmitted, how fast and how effective the results will be transmitted. That is also very important. So Kenyans will get an opportunity to interrogate the preparedness of IBC. You know, the Raila Odinga case, for those who are familiar with the case, that was 2017, confirmed one thing, that elections are not an event. An election is a process. So you start with the preparedness of IBC right from not even during the election year, even prior the election year, there are processes, even like things like training of even election officials. How prepared are they? Are they conversant with the election rules and the regulations and all the laws governing an election? Is IBC sufficiently funded to conduct this will be demonstrated in the manner in which this coming election will be prepared, will be conducted.
Interesting. Well, because you highlight a lot of critical and crucial issues that must be addressed conclusively in terms of preparedness, in terms of managing the entire process, for us to have a more credible outcome. Because it's the people's voice that we are seeking, for people out here looking for their presentation. Now, on the flip side, by-elections tend to attract, he spoke of the roaring lion attracting attention. So do by-elections, because there is this national attention, especially now as we are gearing up to the general election next year. So a lot of people are seeking to see the dynamics of the party politics, the dynamics of the different political functions. Now, there is also a tendency from that attention to see a lot of things being overdone, like the previous by-elections we had last year. You saw a lot of spending from government that may not be available from the same quarters next year, because now the general election attracts a wider scope of attention. So how do these dynamics interfere in terms of now it being a litmus test for the general election that will be coming? How do the by-election, getting a lot of attention, getting a lot of political players at a certain short period of time, interfere with the outcome that generally may not be the case come 2027 when people are freely looking wider?
Yeah, it's rather obvious that a lot of attention and focus will, of course, shift to the areas where the by-elections are happening today. And by-elections normally are very tricky, and sometimes even to political analysts, they may be misleading in terms of even the political situation in the country.
Right.
We saw the other by-elections that happened whereby there was serious spending by the government. Of course, the use of public resources to mobilize support for certain candidates who are system-friendly. When it comes to a by-election, that can happen. And that happens. We expect the same will happen today.
Right.
But we are also concerned because some of these, the so-called attention, is not actually attention. It's actually borders on what electoral malpractices.
Correct.
Voter bribery, use of violence, voter intimidation, and a lot of things that will happen, even access of polling stations by various candidates. Some of the candidates' access is restricted because they are not system friendly. So we hope IBC will conduct a clean and fair by-election in this particular one, whereby they will rein in on those bent on committing these excesses. You've asked a very important question. Why sometimes the same attention is not... this is an election. A by-election is like the one which is happening is only in one parliamentary electoral area. During a general election, it is everybody for himself and God for us all. So everybody is hunting. Attention is not on one particular constituency. The noise is diversified. So you find that because of that, the attention of even the ability of even the state or whoever the actors who deploy these extra measures that are meant to sway the voters, they will also be concentrated. They will also have their own battles to fight. So you find that general elections are a bit more reflective of the will of the people, as opposed to by-elections sometimes, and especially in the situation what we are seeing in the country lately, whereby people are ready to spend resources to the tune of 500 million in one constituency. That's massive, my friend. That's massive. That is voter bribery. And that does not reflect actually the will of the people, free will.
How do we know that these things are happening? Because it could be my word against yours or yours against mine, and that for us to then be able to hold anybody accountable, we must have hard facts. So when we're talking about if there's voter bribery going on, if there's undue influence that's happening with or without the IEBC, if this is a spotlight into what would possibly happen in 2027, seems like something you'd want to nip in the bud even before it happens. Because we say that it's indicative of what could happen in 2027, but it's not just about the results of an election that could be indicative where one party would then be able to gloat. But we're also looking at procedural matters here. That if there's voter bribery during a by-election, if there's undue influence that's taking place during a by-election, it seems like something you'd want to call out and say, excuse me, if this is happening during a by-election, then there heightens the possibility of it happening during a general election in a year's time.
Yeah, that possibility is there. And my projection is that it will happen even in the general election, because sometimes we also look at even the culture in the country that also been inculcated in our people, cultivated by us, political actors, whereby we've made it our culture that you cannot participate in an election unless you are rich. And that is what is happening right now in this country. You look at even the quality of the leaders that we elect here in this country. You look at our parliament here, the Senate and the National Assembly. Look at the quality of leaders there. I pity the country because we are in a situation whereby, because of these malpractices like voter bribery that we have allowed to happen, what is happening in our National Assembly is that we are electing leaders who cannot even comprehend what happens in the Senate or the National Assembly. We have merchants. My word is that we have chosen to elect merchants. Now, to ensure this comes to an end and we have credible and free and fair elections that reflect the will of the people, is that IBC must crack the whip. It is mandated by the law. We are not going to reinvent the law. The law is very clear that, of course, voter bribery is illegal. It is all about implementation of the law by IBC and ensuring that all political actors actually obey the law as it is today.
Well, we saw just recently, Kaspool, we had a by-election, Malava, Mbere, and there were all manners of malpractice. We saw sitting MPs going to be agents and going to be mobilizers, even on the election day when already campaigns ought to have been shut down like 24, 48 hours before. But I don't think we have seen plausible pronouncements either from the court or IBC in terms of a post-mortem analysis of what happened and measures that need to be employed moving forward as they manage the by-election.
One of the most interesting outcomes that I'm expecting to see, and of course I don't want, as an advocate of the High Court, I don't want to comment on matters that are before court. I would also, we also what happened in Malava. It will be interesting actually to see what the courts will say about the violence that was experienced in Malava, about the widespread voter bribery that was experienced there, the use of state resources that was so glaring and open that it was there for all to see. It will be very interesting, like you're saying, to see how the courts, and it is high time actually that the judiciary of this country takes the lead in taking decisive action whenever these cases are presented. You know, unless a matter is before court, of course the court cannot pronounce itself on anything. So there must be litigants to a matter, and we're just hoping that because we have a one that is like a litmus test, the Malava one, we're expecting that similar cases will be given the seriousness they deserve. It is a conscious decision that the country must take, and we must tame these malpractices if we really want toward free and fair elections in this country.
Well, as we let Mr. Oloo settle, and welcome to the studio. I think there is higher essence in wanting to streamline the procedure than the results, because a lot of time we are focused on the procedure. People want this party to win, this side to lose, and some for political function do not want to be seen to be losing ground, especially when you have an active regime. They'll go to any length to protect what would otherwise be called their territories. Or when a political party loses a seat, maybe by death of a member of parliament or otherwise, they still want to retain it. But then there's the will of the people, number one, which in by-elections most of the time seems to be just ran over. Because it becomes a political fight for political regimes, and then the fair representation that people need, which should be the ultimate outcome we are seeking, is overlooked ultimately. Then we have the IBC, which is supposed to make sure that in spite of all these political dynamics, the political parties, the regimes, the formations, which by law is acceptable, the procedure needs to be foolproof. The process needs to be credible. And that is where you find a lot of Kenyans complaining that a lot of these malpractices are happening, but there is no action that is taken. Welcome, Mr. Oloo.
Thank you very much. And my apologies for arriving late. That said, procedure is important, and the courts have said so. And any person or anybody that is charged with anything ought to be sure that it has a procedure and that procedure is followed. So it's an important thing. But politics is just politics. Our politics, generally, we do not have what you may call the hygiene, so that it is the same players who complain and the same players who violate. So when political parties are violating their own constitutions, they are violating their own nomination processes, they are discriminating people, how do they then expect that IBC would be fair to them and so on? So when they have their own rules in nomination, there's an issue. When IBC is presiding over this, there's an issue. So I think we just need to call ourselves to some form of order and say, look, perhaps we just have to sanitize our processes, whether it's in the IBC, whether it's in the political parties, whether it's in the National Assembly, because as long as we are sending different messages, then law-abiding or rule of law becomes very dicey. But if we know it's wrong to bribe, look at what has been happening. Look at what happened in Malava. Look at what will happen even in all these places we're saying. People will be walking with mattresses. People will be walking with kgs of sugar. I mean, that is really not how to win or how to get power, because what we are now saying is it is at all cost, and that's bad manners. Because when you are bribing people, when you are influencing people, when you are openly showing that it's not about the result, or rather the process, you are rather interested in the result, then even any person that does not deserve to be a people's representative will make it there, and that's not the spirit. Because if somebody bribes their way, or somebody is influenced, or some people are influenced in order for them to give somebody leadership, it simply means that that's not somebody who's going to help others. He's going to have to look at himself and perhaps to say, look, you guys didn't vote for me. I bought my way here. So how we go about this is to get back to our hygiene, sanitize how we do things, and accept what is wrong is wrong.
How do we do that? How do we do the sanitization?
This is the thing.
Actually, just to echo what Dr. is saying, and of course, and depart a bit from his thought, whereby the argument that because political parties are also getting it wrong, then it will translate even to IBC and all political parties, and especially those that have parliamentary representation, are funded by the exchequer.
Correct.
And that means that they owe it to the country and to the nation to ensure that they live within the law, they operate within the confines of the law, and there is no excuse to that. It is only us Kenyans who should get out and, of course, ensure that we call them out and ensure that all people respect the law irrespective of their status and, of course, regardless of who operates an institution. But now the problem is compounded when an independent institution like IBC, you look at the manner in which the current IBC was constituted. It was not quite consultative, if you ask me, in terms of we saw, of course, there is the law, there is the letter, the law as the letter is what it says, but there is also the spirit of the law when you're interpreting the law, whereby you also look at even if the law says that you are the one who is supposed to once the nominations are done, to make the appointments, you must ensure there is consultation among the political actors, so that the IBC that will be formed is one that has the public has confidence in it. But if the one side of the political divide feels that there was undue influence in terms of appointing the IBC commissioners.
Yes.
Then, of course, even right from the word go, and remember we started by saying that an election is a process, not an event. Then right from the word go, people will feel that already this election is already rigged. So there must be public confidence in the referee. And remember, IBC has no choice. Like the Caesar's wife, he said that who must not only be above reproach, but must also be seen to be above reproach.
I want to say something about this referee thing and this IBC thing.
Right.
When you look at the Premier League, it does not matter who referees, because you just need to put on your jersey, whether it is the Manu jersey or Arsenal jersey, and come and play. Because the ref and the VAR, I didn't want to go there so that you don't. But yeah, the top of the league, VAR is somewhere to assist.
Right.
But essentially, the ref knows the rules, and everybody knows the rules.
Yeah.
So what the ref needs to do is to start the game, and people need to behave. When it is a yellow, he brings a yellow, and if it must be a red, it takes.
Yes.
So if we were to agree on what our procedures are and what our responsibilities are, I keep saying we don't even need political players to decide who is in IBC. In fact, IBC can have 3 commissioners. Yes. It does not have to have 9 because there will be never enough representation. It can be a man here, a woman there, some professional, and 3. If you look at India, the biggest democracy, how many commissioners are there?
Yes.
3.
Yeah.
And who cares about the IBC? But the rules are followed. So for me, we just need to agree that it is in our hygiene that we need to go back and sanitize, because we will never agree on whether Wakili here is fair or not. We will never agree.
Yeah.
But if Wakili says these are the rules, this is what I'm following, if you don't like it, I have nothing else I can do, then we'll say at least you follow the rules. But for our case, we never trust IBC. In fact, every time we finish an election, we bash IBC. Every time we do an election, we bash IBC. So we'll never get there, because we don't know what we want in a ref. But a referee should be hired by the football authority, given the rules of the game, and stick to the rules of the game.
Is IBC doing that? And I think that's the question here. That is IBC in a position where it is above reproach, really? Because if the common citizen can look around and see the things that we're talking about, whether it's violence or whether it's purported voter bribery, and the referee of this process is kind of hanging back and just watching like everybody else, how then do you say that a free and fair and just election is going to take place? How do you do that?
I think we need to agree. The problem is not the referee. The problem is not the IBC. The problem is us and the game. So, if, for example, we have said that IBC is an independent electoral and boundaries commission, the issue of independence is not in what you call it. It's in how you behave, in how you manage yourself. So we have agreed that the IBC is insulated by the Constitution. We have agreed that men and women who sit in IBC ought to be fair, ought to follow the Constitution.
But how can they be? I'm sorry. How can they be when even in the Constitution of the IBC, political parties, who are the players, had a say in who was going to select the commissioners? You can't tell me that would not be biased. In the very beginning, the selection of the people who sit here is already influenced.
Fair enough. Yeah. The issue is the Constitution and the law gives them powers to be independent. Okay? So it doesn't matter how you come. Judges are independent, okay? But there's a process to the selection of judges. There is involvement with JSC. The JSC has all sorts of people there, including some judges, including some representative of executive. No problem. But once you occupy the office, you are supposed to perform in the office as per the law and the Constitution.
I think that is the ideal situation.
Yes.
But what is the reality?
That's what I'm saying.
The reality is that as it is, IBC, even you look at the recent by-elections that were conducted, IBC was completely toothless. With all the powers, with all the laws to back it up, and even to allow the IBC has powers to rein in on this violence by political parties.
In your opinion, who has taken away that power? I agree. By law, they are well empowered.
You know what is happening in this country? And this is what we must call it as it is that there is state capture. of all institutions, including independent institutions like IBC.
Yeah.
It's obvious. Remember, I don't know who was. I don't know who it was. I read in history sometimes back, an MP was asked to substantiate a statement that he made in Parliament. He said, I cannot substantiate the obvious.
It was Martin Shikuku.
Martin Shikuku. Yeah, that was Martin Shikuku then in those days. So we can't keep on substantiating the obvious that the IBC as it is right now.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. Recently, there were calls that the CEO of IBC should resign and cannot be in the next conducting the next general election. What happened when the pressure was mounted by political parties? That fella resigned. What does it tell you? It was that decision for that fella to resign, was it independent or was it influenced by the pressure that some political actors put for that official to exit? And what does that confirm? It confirms that actually that institution, actually by resigning, that official confirmed that he has not been independent.
So we are under siege, let's put it that way. There is state capture, let's even agree. But we have enough laws. My concern is the process, because there is the law and there is the practice. The practice, when we defy how we are supposed to practice the law, especially in this electoral cycle, or especially in this one, the ultimate cost is the loss of life. The ultimate cost is now the stalling of our economy, the disruption of our normal livelihood. And here we have an opportunity, a very divine opportunity, courtesy of the by-elections. Unfortunately, they come from deaths of our Kenyans. But we have an opportunity to streamline our procedure and our process so that as we build up 64 weeks, we are going to vote in a new regime. That's what Kenyans, we have that constitutional opportunity. So we have this time as we approach these by-elections today. I think in July, there is another one coming up. If we do not pay attention to the process, bearing in mind that there is perpetual loss of life, disruption of life, of our livelihoods, and the disruption of the economy, isn't it a disservice to the country? And when we say we need to sanitize, we are under siege and state capture. Who needs to do what so that we can unlock the country?
You know, there's something we need to agree.
Yes.
Freedom of the press is not something that is given, is guaranteed by the Constitution. Does the press have a choice? Does the Standard have a choice to be bold and free? It has a choice. What happens if it chooses not to exercise that freedom? It means that it has made a choice to be subservient. So what we are saying is that we do know there are laws, and we know that there are independent institutions. The independence is not in the name, it's in the people who hold the office. So if you want to be an independent person in IBC, you can be. Are there consequences? Obviously there are consequences. Do you want to stand by that? If you want to do that, that is okay. What we also want to agree that we are living in a country and in a world now where institutions are under siege. Whether you are looking at it from the US and you're looking at the biggest democracy, and you're looking at the redistribution of districts, and you're looking at gerrymandering, and you're looking at people wanting to win over everything. That is not unique to them. It's also present here. Our politicians know so well that politics is about life and death, and they will try everything, including the by-elections, as we'll see. In fact, the by-elections is the worst place to even measure any quality of IBC, because every force is there. He was saying earlier on that, the IBC stands there toothless. Yes, they don't command the police, and they don't have to command the police. The police are under somebody else's command. And what is their interest? They'll take the interest of whoever is commanding them. Are they interested in what IBC is saying? No. If they were, then they would be in that situation. So all I'm saying, we need to accept what our reality is. This country will grow, or this country will change, because we make the choice as Kenyans.
We the people.
We the people. It's not about our politicians. Our politicians have their interests, and they must always push for their interests. But we as the people also must have our interests. And if we do, we must guard it. I mean, if it's wrong, we tell Wakili it's wrong. But if you say, if it's Wakili, he's one of us, so I can even say that since he's also an advocate. No, the point is that if it's wrong, it's wrong. And so Kenyans need to decide what they want to stand by. At the end of the day, this country will change because the Kenyans decide that it changes, but not our politicians.
To add what Dr. is saying, you saw when the Gen Zs, and if there is anything that one of the best things that ever, and that is why I represent them free of charge, by the way. Pro bono, I give them pro bono services. Never they are arrested in their demonstrations, because unless there is that awakening by the citizens, of course this country will never change. You saw when they realized that our elected representatives, the parliament is under state capture, they decided, because the law is very clear in the constitution, is that the sovereign power belongs to the people. So they decided to go and invent parliament and represent themselves. The message, that was the message, that we donated that power to you to represent us, and because we, from the look of things, we are not doing the right thing, and you are not representing us properly as it should be, we have decided to recall that power. Although the method, we may say that, okay, the method was not completely acceptable, but the message was clear, that you no longer represent our interest. So, unless citizen awakening is the most important thing, and we need to conduct serious civic education to our people so that they understand that they are actually the bosses. The problem with Kenyans, you'll find, I'll give you an example, you'll find I really get mad when I go to the village and I find our mothers and sisters celebrating MPs because they have come to give bursary. And you really wonder, at this age.
But that's how we are. No, we may be like that, but I want to be very optimistic and say that's how it has been, because I want to believe in a renaissance. There has to be a new change. There has to be a new beginning. We cannot run down our own country. I look back and see, for example, the by-election that happened in Mbere North. Shy of $1 billion or $500 million, depending on how you want to look at it, was spent campaigning for that one political position. Today you go back to Mbere North.
Do you know why they did that?
Kindly.
There is a saying that sometimes when you look at numbers and look at statistics, on the face value of when you look at an issue, may not communicate a lot. Just like a bikini, what it can expose is suggestive, but can conceal a lot. The reason why they spend over $1 billion, almost close to $1 billion or thereabout, was just to send that message that we are winning, and like you're saying, the by-elections are like a litmus test of what will Ariaso of 2027. It was not even about the candidate who won. I'm sure even those who are putting in their resources, they didn't care about the candidate. They didn't even know the candidate quite well. I'm sure even right now, they don't. Do you hear about him? No. Whoever was elected. No, they don't. They don't care. It was about the optics. The perception that we still the party to beat, and we can still win, like UDA to prove that they can win in Kwamulima, and they to get it through Okoh.
So what you're saying now is that this is, and that's what I go back to, and perhaps if that is the attention, 2027 will be a furtherance of a display of the spending of money and the violence that we saw, and another IEBC sitting and watching these things happening?
Unless decisive action.
Is that what we're saying?
Yes, unless there is some decisive action to curb these malpractices. Yes, I can confirm that one. Because in fact, 2027, some of us can dare say, and this is my focus as an individual, that it will be so, and especially the presidential vote, will be very hotly contested. I'm seeing a situation whereby even people will dispute results.
That has happened.
If they lose, not the manner in which we see. I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but I can even focus a situation whereby I think even when politicians, they may even agree to share the spoils in 2027, looking at even after the outcomes. But we may have a government of national unity. I don't see, my focus is that because of the money that will be spent and the violence that will be meted out during the general election, I don't think there will be a problem.
Then this raises a very critical question. Since we, the people, hold the power, we, the people, are the ones who are going to vote. If we choose to vote for Oloo and give him 16 million votes, for example, and you as number 2, you get 3 million votes, there'll be no contesting the results.
Of course.
So what is the role of the people? In Beranold, you said clearly, the people had no choice. You know, it was the 2 elephants fighting, the grass suffered as they continue to. Because the almost $1 billion that was spent is less than the money they are going to receive, in this remaining term of the regime before they vote another new MP. So now, going back to the people, because everybody is saying that we have to sanitize our election, we have to take action, we have to be deliberate. So we, the people, what do we do? Because we can save the situation.
I think we have a role to play as a people. We have to vote. We have to register and we have to vote.
Right.
Let us vote. I don't want to be a prophet of doom because I know that in this country in 2002, when Kanu was very powerful and Moi was very powerful, Kenyans united to deny the president Moi then to succeed himself.
Yes.
I also know that Kenyans can actually unite to succeed, to make sure that President Ruto does not force his way back. That's the point. They can elect him, but they will make sure that he does not force his way back. But the key issue that I want to talk about when you talk about billions is to immediately contrast it with the allocation to students the other day of 90 shillings.
Yes.
That we can put 90 shillings in education but fund a by-election to the tune of 500 million. That is how warped our priorities are. And that is the problem. That it's anything at all costs for us to retain or to access power. Now, that's not the point. The point is Kenyans require services. Kenyans require a government that works for them. And the elections are not the only way for one to prove that there's a government that works. It is a service delivery, the allocation of resources, and how these resources percolate to the people. So we should be looking for that. The only reason why we need leaders is also that leaders can mediate or can actually help us access services, resources, and so on. Not so that they can go and load it on us or enrich themselves. So we have a point at which we need to come back and ask, in 2027, what are we looking for? There are those who are looking for a government that works for them. There are those who are looking for a government that will continue to oppress them. Now, the choices are 2. Do you want a government that works for you? Or do you want a government that oppresses you? Do you want a government that prioritizes non-issues, as far as I'm concerned, or a government that prioritizes the issues that bother our ordinary Kenyans? So the choices are obvious, and Kenyans have to make that choice.
Yeah, we have to bite the bullet, and as Dr. is saying, Kenya is a representative democracy, whereby, and they say politics is the art of subdividing what to who, how, and when.
Yes.
So actually, it is through the political system that we are governed, and in terms of the development that we are talking about, and in terms of the policies and programs that any government that, of course, runs, they are courtesy of as a result of a political, a political process, and you get power through that political process. I think what we as Kenyans should do right now, and that is what the Gen Zs were saying. They are saying that we are not going to condone the old order. You remember they had one clarion call that we are going to drain the swamp.
Yes.
Unless we get the quality leaders, quality representation, we elect quality leaders. We do away with the issue of you elect somebody because you've been bribed to elect that particular person. I think it is high time we teach politicians a lesson. I, being one of them, I will be running for the senatorial seat in Machakos County.
All the best.
I ran in 2017.
So we should teach you a lesson.
We start right here.
Lost by 1,000.
Will you buy your way in? Will you bribe?
No, I didn't. And that's why I think I lost narrowly by 1,800 votes.
Right.
Or 2,000 thereabout. The point is that unless we drain the swamp and get quality leaders, we are going to have this recycling of garbage. We need proper representation, leaders who know that how many times have you seen elected MPs going to the president and telling the president, tunataka barabara ya hapa kwetu.
Yeah.
And they are the same fellas who allocate resources
in parliament.
Then you wonder the irony. So if we are in such a country, really, when we have leaders who go to kneel before an head of state, who should actually be at their mercy in terms of deciding priorities of projects.
Akili, unfortunately, this level of illiteracy is not unique to Kenyans. I have seen a professor in politics behaving like just what you're saying. The fellow who knows what the law is and behaving there saying we must be close to the government. I mean, it does not make sense because you see, in this country, for example, who is and who is not in government, the system in this country is that all of us are in government, and that's why you have minority and majority. So there's no opposition. So when you start saying that we must be in government, there's a misunderstanding of the country and the nation you're talking about and the constitution you're talking about. We're all Kenyans. And that's why the other day when the president was calling some Kenyans this, we reminded them, no, all those voters, they are Kenyans. They might be thick, fat, whatnot, but they're Kenyans. So at the end of the day, and I wish you well as you go to politics, let us understand that it is not about the people in politics. It's not about the leaders or those who are, it's about the Kenyans. What is really good for the Kenyans and what do we desire? Of course, we have given ourselves a very good constitution. Yes. Why is it not working? It's because of our nature of politics. There's something that we will not solve now. I know you asked for it. It's not even 2027 will not solve it. For us, the Renaissance they're talking about will take a real reawakening. The kind of stuff that the Gen Zs were actually giving us before we stole it. And we stole it because we were asking things like, oh, so you remove it and then what happens? Oh, no. I mean, it's like when you say that maybe the manner they used to enter parliament was wrong. No, what other manner is there? There's nothing. You get on, you take power, you take power. Yes. So at the end of the day, we have to agree that we will have to reset. We'll have to orient ourselves in order for us to actually be what we were. And if you look at it, we were somewhere. When we were fighting against the Mau, when you did not like the colonialists, we agreed, we were clear, this was the enemy. Today, I don't know whether we are clear who the enemy is. Because apparently, the people that call themselves our representatives and our government could be the real enemy that we have. And we must agree on how to actually not get an enemy into power, because what we have seen, they come in the name of hustler, they come in the name of change, they come in the name, but what do they really represent?
I almost hear you saying that you have to use the mechanisms that you have in place to take this power and to turn things on their head almost by force if you want to see a kind of change, because the fence sitting doesn't work. The coddling doesn't work. The pampering and hoping somebody does the job doesn't work. If you don't force a situation, it won't work. Is that what you're saying?
Any student of history will tell you change has never happened because people sat on a table, sat in there. Change happens because people take action. And it happens because people are furious about that they don't like. And I don't know any change that can come without any tension and without any friction. In other words, in order for us to move from where we are, we have to be very deliberate. I'm not saying we have to be violent, we have to but we have to be very deliberate. We have to agree, we have to change. When you look at the French Revolution, when you look at the reason why America was created, some people were disenchanted and decided to move out of Europe, to move out of Britain. So there is always a movement that has to accompany a change.
So, and as we sit here today, are we confident, or at least warming up to the fact that maybe Kenyans are bold enough to say, yes, we need to take action. Yes, we need to move. And can we perhaps start seeing that in the by-elections? Or is the 2027?
By-elections too optimistic, but ask Macron. Did he see it or did he not see it?
Yeah, he saw it. By-elections are a bit tricky to give a clear picture of what may happen in. But I want to predict one thing here. That this coming, I want Kenyans to remain optimistic. This coming general elections, Kenyans, and especially the Gen Zs, will put their foot down, and you will see, we may not see a complete overhaul of the
swamp, the draining of the swamp.
Yeah, the draining of the swamp, but quite a substantial bit of it will be achieved. And what I can say, contrary to what very many people think, that the next election will be rigged, I can confidently predict here that it will be impossible to rig the next general election. In fact, if anybody loves this country, let them not attempt. Because already Kenyans know what they want. And they have already made up their mind. Any attempt to interfere with that will of the people,
let me promise you, there will be attempts to interfere. There will be. So it's not any, there will be. So what Kenyans need to do is to be vigilant, to decide. I mean, the reason why anybody going into politics must plan, must have a legal team, must have agents, must have all sorts of preparations, is because the game is never without foul play. Even football is never without foul play. So one has to be ready.
Right, and there will, look, I think that sometimes we have conversations and the thought is that you should be positive, that you should be optimistic, that things will be good. But then in the same conversation, we're hearing what you're saying, that in order to achieve a particular kind of change that is not just notable, but that is practiced, that you will have an uncomfortable situation. There will be friction. It's just the way it is, that you can't accept to massage the donkey down the hill to expect that that's the way you're going to get change. I'm going to give an example. In the last, flurry of by-elections, one of the rules that the IEBC gave was that once you vote, you go home. We don't need you around here causing unnecessary tension. It's interesting that we had IEBC commissioners themselves at polling stations. Magarini, Berenorth, Malava, they were there. So if you have situations where an example cannot be led by, the example that you give, you cannot lead by it, then there's a problem. And it seems as though everything needs an overturning in order to achieve the change. Everything.
And why do you want people to vote and go home? Because you don't want to be transparent. I mean, if you are transparent and there was a crowd there, what fear do you have? What fear do you have? But you see, Kenyans will tell you in 2027, they will vote and stay around the polling station. That one I can tell you, to guard the vote. Because
clear
they don't trust it.
That actually the election is at the polling station.
Yes.
Is at the polling station. That is where it all matters. So if you are telling people to get out of polling station,
what is your intention?
And already it is settled law in Kenya that
it's final.
That's where
the results is final at the polling station. What is declared by the RO at the polling station is final. You don't even need to go to a nice hotel somewhere for an NTC.
And therein is the problem. Who actually declares the elections at a polling station?
The returning officer.
No, it's called the presiding officer.
Presiding officer, yeah.
Now, the interesting thing about a presiding officer is that officer is not an employee of IBC.
Yes.
He's a casual.
Yes. Almost a volunteer.
He's some character.
Yes. If not that he's earning some stipend.
Some may have jobs, may not have jobs. Actually, this is the irony, that where are we investing? We talk about commissioners, the commissioners, even if they ought to be in a polling in a constituency, they can hardly be in more than one polling station
at a time.
And one polling station has how many? Streams. So many. So the point is, we actually need to rethink about our electoral laws. And we need to think on how we conduct elections, because right now we blame IBC, but what the people who really make the decisions, those who will make that announcement at a polling station, are not IBC employees. But that is not the issue. You can't say that they must have employees all the way up to that point. We must rethink that law and rethink how best
my learned colleague will appreciate the moment they are contracted.
They become part of
their responsibility. The minute you draw some kind of payment,
that's that's the theory. That's the theory. The practice is that who is responsible? Whoever is going to be sued is not. In fact, it's usually the returning officer there. And,
it's the returning officer that might be sued, and not the presiding officer.
But not these other fellows.
All right.
So, but if the pronouncement now officially happens at the polling station, then the presiding officer is the person in charge.
Arguably so. What I'm saying is that because of the nature of how we do our elections, there are still so many gaps that we need to actually take care of. Because at the end of the day, we're saying a polling station is the most important thing, but what is the law and what's the accompanying
surrounding this particular polling station? And those are things that need to be taken into consideration. There's a lot of work still needs to be done. And unfortunately, the body is in place, and these processes are already taking place. So the eternal vigilance of Kenyans is what is being called on in these spaces, and at the very least, that cannot be curtailed. Thank you, both of you, for being here with us this morning. This is a conversation that doesn't end; it continues. But we started it off today. Dr. Martin Oloo, thank you so much. Monsieur Kakala, asante. Maybe the Senate will see you 2027. We'll see.
Any guest there he behaves badly, will sanction it.
Asante Sani, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Asante.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Daniel Zwa. I'm Sheila Tembor. State House had requested 20 billion shillings to fund operations at state lodges across the country in the 2026-2027 financial year. Appearing before the National Assembly Departmental Committee on National Administration and Internal Security, State House Comptroller Kato Olemetito said the Treasury had allocated 13 billion shillings, leaving a funding gap of 7 billion shillings. Metito noted that State House received 17 billion shillings in the last financial year and defended the recent renovation of State House Nairobi, saying the upgrades were necessary. He added that the government plans to renovate other state lodges annually, with the current focus on facilities in Mombasa, Eldoret, Kisumu and Nakuru. The comptroller also disclosed that the government had repossessed a 100-acre piece of land in Kakamega County previously grabbed for the construction of a state lodge.
In the attainment of its performance targets. It goes without saying, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Committee, that with limited resource allocation and such a big shortfall of 7.2 billion, definitely we will be affected in our deliverables and also in implementation of these programs in terms of our work plan. Now, State House, as now the house you feel proud as Kenyans when you receive presidents, instead of looking at the positives, they look at the cost. How much did it cost to do it? To actually transform the facility. That is Mombasa and Eldoret. The problem we are having is, as I said, they are very old.
Foreign Affairs PS Korir Sing'oei has defended Kenya's role in Sudan peace efforts, saying the country is also providing humanitarian support to people displaced by the ongoing conflict. Speaking in an interview with the local TV station, Sing'oei said Kenya continues to support mediation initiatives under IGAD aimed at restoring stability in Sudan. He noted that the war has forced political leaders and civil society activists to flee to neighboring countries, including Kenya, which continues to grant asylum in line with its refugee policy.
Sudan is an important country in our region. President Ruto, working with other heads of states under the IGAD framework, really rolled out rolled their shirts in order to try to find a solution to this problem. The problem now has become intractable. The reality is that when that war broke out, a good number of political actors and civil society players fled to several countries, including Kenya.
Sing'oei further explained that in exceptional conflict situations, some displaced person without valid travel documents may be issued Kenyan travel documents on humanitarian grounds, but stressed that such documents are not granted arbitrarily.
I want to speak quite categorically. The first, passports are not dished willy-nilly. They're not dished like candy, like you said. It's completely untrue. It is my very strong view that under exceptional circumstances, people are allowed to travel, people in distress may be allowed to travel using our passport. This is not a new thing.
That's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for everything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our morning continues. We're having conversations and we'll move. And I think that it doesn't hurt every now and then when we have these conversations to talk about the alertness with which every single Kenyan must look into processes that are happening. That you must greet this thing with alertness. It doesn't matter what it is that we're talking about, that you have to be woke to the realities of the times. And that could apply across board in anything. And we've just come off a political conversation and we're going into a health one. So even an alertness about that particular situation then is demanded of us as we have this conversation. And so we're moving a little bit this hour and we're looking into the SHA question. Dr. Joseph Karaoke, who is the Vice Chairman of the Rural and Urban Private Hospitals Association, otherwise known as RUFA, is in the hot seat with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Great.
Yes?
Awesome to be here this morning.
Well, thank you for doing this with us this morning. So let's talk about health, shall we? Absolutely necessary for us to look into some of these things because the questions continue to swirl. And I've said, you know what? There's the accusation of being perennially negative about this health system. But then my question comes in and I say, if we have to keep asking questions all the time, and have to continue complaining, then surely there's a problem somewhere. But let's look into some of these things today. Sure. Before we do that, as you know, we go around the African continent every week. We come back from a particular country. We come back with the goodies. We also come back with the proverbs and the things that they go by. This week we're in Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini, surrounded by South Africa. Very still extremely cultural, but still modern in the sense that, you know, the monarchy does affects the national government. The national government takes the monarchy into consideration as well, but they still keep things moving. The proverb for today, which we'd love to get your interpretation on: a roaring lion kills no game. A roaring lion kills no game. What would you think about it?
Thank you. Quite an interesting one. But from where I sit, if we have a lion that is roaring in the wilderness, it will scare every of the prey around. And so at the end of the day, it will end up not, killing any or getting any prey because of the noise that it has made all around. Yeah.
I'm telling you, the human brain is a fascinating thing, because here we are. On one side, you would say that the lion, if it's wasting all its time making all this noise, then it will lose its food. But then you look at the literal sense of it, that truly you roar the whole time and you're making such a sound in the wilderness or the forest or whatever, that all your prey essentially will run away. Sure. So, I mean, it's just great that we can see both sides of that interpretation. So thank you for that. And that we can learn many lessons from one thing. All right. Shall we? Sure. Because getting the system to work for Mwananchi, the shark question. In the recent past, Dr. Kariuki, we've seen the stories, and I do get it that there's a lot of propaganda as well out there. People just wake up in the morning and say, oh, SHA isn't working. But then we had a Dear Mr. President session a couple of weeks ago, and we said, Dear Mr. President, do not listen to the folks who are around you who are telling you that it is working because they want to, do it for political reasons. In the same breath, do not also listen to the people who are on the other side of you, polarized politically, who are telling you that it is not working. Don't listen to those people. Listen, dear Mr. President, to the people who are walking into the four walls of medical facilities and are not able to get services. Those are the people that you should listen to. Don't listen to your political rivals or your political allies. Listen to the Kenyan who is saying, I have a child with special needs. In Mombasa, I went to the hospital, Coast General Hospital, and they told me that I have a card that expires, my service expires in October. But for some reason, I couldn't access for my son. So they asked me to pay up for a year again. And so I paid the 7,290 shillings. That's what it is for about a year. I paid that. And still, I could not access the services. And they said, okay, when you come to hospital, because the situation that her son has, he must be on an injection every month to kind of keep things at an equilibrium. So the 2,500 shillings for that shot, still, she has to pay out of her pocket. And she does this because she wants her son to be well. The system should work, but it does not. And I say that the president, those are the people that you need to be listening to, because it is a real concern. And I'm taking a little bit of time with it so that we can set the stage for this conversation. Or listen to the gentleman who goes to hospital here in Nairobi and says, I am a cancer patient. I was in remission, but I still see some of these things coming back. I went and they told me that, again, my cover has expired, but I know I still have 6 months left on this thing before I have to pay again. I don't have the money to pay again. So when I go for a checkup, I lie to my doctor about my symptoms so that maybe I'll just get a little bit for pain. And then I will pay for that because that is what I can afford. Then I can go home and I continue to manage the situation. Dr. Kariuki, those are the real stories. Those are the ones. And truth be told, there are those who go to hospital and they get treated and they come. They are okay and SHA works for them. But we're saying if across board, we still have these horror stories 2 years down the line of a new system. Why is it not working for the Mwananchi from your perspective? And I took a little bit of time to build that, but I thought it was necessary to do that.
And you have actually done a great job because you have painted a picture of what is actually on the ground. That is what we face every day when we wake up and go to work. And almost 2 years into SHA, it will be unfair for us to answer the question in one word, whether SHA works or not. By now, we are supposed to have seen every facet of SHA and decide which one is working, which one is not. First of all, SHA is a system. It runs from where the patient, registers and pays money, and the benefits are triggered, coming to the hospital, claims management, all that. So it's a system. It will be unfair for us to say that SHA either is not working or it's working, because in a line, there is some areas that SHA is doing very well. There are some areas that it's failing. And so that is why being into it almost 2 years, we can't just put a word and say it's a yes or a no. What we do is what we do as an association of hospitals, carrying out a survey, an extensive survey, and point out several areas within the process and say this is working well, this is not working well, and then give an average score. So for now, we can say SHA is still acting below expectation.
Okay.
But we cannot give it a 0 and we cannot give it 100%. Yes.
And I agree. I don't know where the below expectation places it, between 0 and 9, but it is true. There is a public outcry on how the SHA is working. There are areas we hear of exemplary coverage in terms of bills and ensuring the service provision was efficient and effective. And there are also other quarters largely where you hear complaints. Unfortunately, this is a conversation that revolves around a system that ought to be safeguarding life. It's not about clothing or even, not that it's a better comparative, but it's not about even education. It's about people who are ailing, who are sick, who are just minutes away or a level of care away from losing their life or their condition exacerbating. So these complaints cannot just be statistics and numbers. It is okay, yes, we'll do a survey as an association to try and identify the gaps and see how they can be filled. But when you look across board, the standard practice of universal health coverage, should it be laden with so many gaps 2 years later?
Absolutely not. And I can tell you a few problems that we are facing.
Right.
First of all, like you say, 2 years is a long period of time to keep on having the same conversation all through. We do service, like I've mentioned.
Right.
And when we do this service, they don't end with us. We share it with them. And we tell them from the provider side of view, this is how we are seeing it. If you can look at this, you can look at this, amend here, change here, see how you can improve here, then the system will run well. Apparently, we do not have a SHA leadership or the MOH leadership that listens. It is either their way or the highway. We have made this point very clear that for you to have a system that is working for all, you need to have these 3 parties on the table. That is the payer, SHA.
Right.
That is a provider,
the hospital,
the healthcare facilities, and the patient. When you have these 3 people on the table, you can't miss on a solution, because universal healthcare surrounds around these 3 parties. And it so happened that the leadership of MOH doesn't listen. And many times when there is a public outcry, they run to the patient and they say, we had a conversation with them, and this is what they are saying. They have left the other party out. And this being, to make it a complete circle that works, all these 3 parties ought to be on the table and speaking the same thing, agreeing on the same direction. It is in the Bible, 2 cannot walk together unless they agree. Yeah. So if one party is left behind, then you will not get to your destination as expected.
And since in practice you're not being listened to, your input is not warranted, And I would assume the same goes for the patient. So it means it's only the payer who is doing the talking. What then room do we have for improvement? Because you look around and see that, one, health is supposed to be a public good. You should not discriminate whether you can afford it or not. I think when you look at a pay slip, you're not charged extra to pay a judge, to pay a teacher, to pay a policeman. Why am I charged extra to pay a doctor? It should be a public good. Sure. It should be covered by my tax.
True.
So, the profiling, and that is where the double taxation comes in. But by and large, as we yearn to correct that, because in my opinion, I feel there has to be what you call a free healthcare or public funded healthcare, whereby you just need to be identified as a Kenyan and you access the service. The tax ought to take care of that. That is one. On the other hand, I also believe that the existence of a lot of the private sector in terms of healthcare is because of the failed public system.
Exactly.
Do you opine the same?
Yeah, I agree, actually, to a great extent what you are saying. And I'm a lover of John Maxwell books in leadership. And one of the common phrases that he says, it all raises and falls at the leadership. And I think that's where we ought to focus. If the patient has given you feedback, the provider has given you feedback, why are you stuck? And for now, we should expect that 2 years down the line, SHA and MOH should have known that what these people are saying have sense. For example, 2 days ago, they brought back Linda Mama. Just 2 days ago. And for all this time, we've been making noise. Why did we pull out this thing? Yeah? And this is what has been helping our mothers all through in the previous regime and part of this regime. This is a critical component in the maternal health. We need it back. And nobody was listening. Until now, the outcry, there was so much noise. And silently, they just produce, a circular, or is it a regulation to allow it to come back. So what we need to look at here, and probably make our noise in this direction, that the MOH leadership ought to listen. I'll give you an example that happened the other day. There was a big hue and cry about the teachers scheme when they joined the POMF.
Yes.
And the teachers had all the problem, and they were making noise all over. And when they come to the hospital, sure enough, we told them we are not able to help you in this situation. And when they made noise and they wanted to pull out of POMF, they are taken to Naivasha. The meeting happens in Naivasha between the payer or government and the teachers, the patient. The providers are not there. They come out with an agreement that now we have agreed that for every outpatient visit, we will provide 10,000 shillings for you to be treated, so that we tell these facilities no co-payment at all. And the provider is not on the table.
I'm sorry, I just need to understand. I'm just trying to look here. Okay, so as a patient going into, because these are the processes you must understand, because they come out into the public and it sounds like something totally different. As a patient under SHA, there's also the issue of people who have alternate insurance. But now under SHA, I go to hospital and whatever I'm doing, labs, whatever, should all be covered for if I'm going to get a prescription after diagnosis, get medicine, right? But if the facility, because it's almost like an arrears system, you pay, or rather you get the service, and then the facility will then claim the money later, isn't it? Okay. Sure. Now, in the event that there's no pool or there's no assurance that you'll get, then that's why a lot of people are being told today, we can't do it here because we have not received money. That's the truth.
Sure.
That why they're being sent away is because SHA doesn't work here. It works. But the problem is the pool is not available. They've not paid what we've done in the past. And the likelihood of them paying in the future then is dim. So where does this arrangement come? Because the people who are providing the service is the hospital. When I go to hospital, it's not the Ministry of Health. I'm going to get a service. So when you do the triage and all of this, labs, etc. It is the facility that is providing the service. So when you're going to talk about how we're going to fix this and give you 10,000 shillings, why would you not then have the facility there to tell you, okay, sure, we can do this, and with 10,000 bob, we can then offer you dialysis, we can offer you, treatment and procedure. Why would you not bring in the person who is giving you the service?
Very interesting. And apparently I can't answer that question because we are very much willing as providers to be on the table. Our discussion today is how can we make SHA work for Mwananchi? That is a conversation we would very much want to have every day because it is easier for us. It is easy for us to offer service in an environment where these things are working. So, and the reason for our surveys, our many survey, is to give this word so that we can make this thing work. You mentioned a very good thing. Why are they not paying the hospitals?
Yes.
That's a question that we always ask. And but from our understanding, there are underlying issues. Because for once, to say the truth, SHA has not been able to collect enough money to pay the amount of claims that are being generated.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons.
Are you saying they undercollect?
Yeah, they undercollect. Yeah. They undercollect. In fact, the last amount of money that NHIF collected before they closed, SHA has never attained that.
But we lost 11 billion. I'm just saying, we lost 11 billion the other day. Just the other day.
Yeah.
And before that, we invested 104 billion, the transition from NHIF to SHA. Are you saying that you as the partners, or rather, what was the essence then of transitioning if one we're not able to offer safeguard? Because I feel we lose the conversation when we start talking about money and figures. I think the focus, in my opinion, ought to be more about the processes, like the pre-authorization. There's a limit on how much SHA will pay for you and have a certain condition and many visits you could make to the hospital. There's also the variation when you go to a higher level of a facility than, a dispensary. I think these are the processes and procedures that we ought to focus on so that you now, as a provider of the service, you're able to come and say, this process makes it difficult for us to meet again the medical care that this person needs. Because payment or no payment, that is the after the provision of the service. But in this process, like the 104 billion that was meant to ensure we have a more streamlined transition. And also there was the FIF, Facility Improvement Fund.
Yes.
Where does what happens? I don't even want to ask about the money, but what is the impact of those resources having been deployed to the facilities?
You've answered a good question, and that's why I said earlier that SHA, almost 2 years in the system, it acts below expectation.
Right.
All those are reasons why it is below expectation. And a number of things. Let's talk about the processes that you have said. We have not been able to iron out the processes. Despite having a 104 billion system,
right,
we've not been able to iron out this system. And you realize that without systems, you can't have good outcomes. Because garbage in, garbage out. We need to have that conversation. And we are behind schedule, by the way. 2 years is a long time to just be talking about system. This is what we should be doing before even SHA came into place. Now, when the processes are aligned, what happens is that it makes it easy for the patient and for the provider and even to the payer. But when we still have this issue, the processes are not running. We have the pre-authorization that is not going through. We have the amount of claims that are rejected because of systems. Because there are some claims that have been rejected because you are not able to attach a document, yet it is the system that is not providing you the provision to attach. You find a delivery has happened in the hospital, and the only thing that you have to upload is a birth notification and an invoice. But they ask you, we are rejecting this claim because you did not attach a discharge summary. Where would you have attached? So we still have problem with the processes. And this is now, I think, what we should have ironed out before we get into the...
So it's a system issue, and the 104 billion shillings essentially was to provide a foolproof system where all of these things that you're talking about should then run without an issue, without a hitch. You shouldn't have these bugs whereby you need to attach something in order for a claim to be filled or paid, but then you can't do that because you can't attach. I mean, it's dealing with some mundane issues that even shouldn't come up. Because you should not spend 104 billion shillings and then have issues such as that.
Absolutely.
Neither should I be sitting at my desk at 11 o'clock in the morning and tap into my SHA account and find that I had a procedure this morning by a particular doctor and I was charged a certain amount of money while sitting in my office. These are things that are happening to people. People who have sat in this room last week told us about, excuse me, how can I be sitting where I am? And according to the system, I've just had a procedure in hospital. So obviously, such things don't work. That's why we see the things where one woman has given birth 4 times in a year, or that one person has had open heart surgery, I don't know how many times in a very short period of time. Those mistakes are too large to be happening in a system that is meant to be foolproof by virtue of the amount of money you spent on it. We shouldn't. There are some things we shouldn't be talking about, and I think that's just there's no answer that's required for that. But where an answer is required is, can we, if we're to look and say where would the thing fall, if we're looking for a place where some issue could be, are there enough people who have been registered for SHA that are making their payments for this money to make sense? Because at the end of the day, it does come down to that. Are there enough people who have paid up for the entire pool now to access the service?
Very interesting discussion about the 104 because we only hear it is there. Yeah, because if it is really there, like you asked, we shouldn't be having this kind of issues.
No, you should be able to attach a document in summary. If you spend 104 billion shillings on it, the thing better be like Fort Knox. It should be able to work.
It should be able to work.
Yeah,
that's why I say I doubt whether it's there, because if it is not doing those basics, it is it's a big flaw. And remember again, there is,
as an association, why are you not involved in the rollout of SHA? Why are you not, like, involved in the development and the rollout of SHA?
My brother, we were involved just like any other member of the public through the public participation. We attended virtually every meeting for public participation to give our views and the way we look at things from this end. But whether those ideas were taken or not is a discussion, because we give, and like we say, every time we share with these people the service and the voice of the people. Why they are not doing, that's another thing. We can't explain from our end, but we said we will never get tired of doing good. We will keep on giving our suggestion on how to improve this system.
So then, in your opinion, instead of trying to, in the words of one of our listeners, painting a sinking boat, because that seems to be what we're doing, because we know one day the 104 billion, you say it was a mere rhetoric, then you lose 11 billion. And then on the other hand, you hear of ghost hospitals that actually receive money, and money, there's a paper trail. You cannot lose money this day and age.
In the same 104 billion system.
Yes. That was meant to be foolproof. On the same breath, you hear people who are busy working, and yet apparently they're in some surgery, they're undergoing some surgery, and the SHA that does not work pays for them fully. That's the irony. The people who are paid for, incognito, it is paid fully.
But
those who deserve the service, they cannot even get the pre-authorization. And we have had instances where people have lost their lives because they could not be admitted to a certain procedure due to delayed or lack of pre-authorization. So do we continue trying to paint this sinking boat, or should we as a nation now deliberately work towards a public-funded healthcare whereby all these deductions are done away with. The same way I was saying earlier, you're not deducted extra for a cop, for a judge, then you, as the providers of the service, will be dealt with at the policy level, and the disbursement or the, how you claim back the resources is purely at a policy level. But the patients will not need to pay a single cent. They just need to present themselves, identify themselves, and then the system will acknowledge their medical records and they get attended to. Should that be the direction we go?
Yeah, like you have said, it is not prudent, it is not economically viable to continue painting a sinking ship. We need to come out of our slumber and purpose that if we brought in this SHA to help us attain UHC, to help us meet the medical needs of our people, then it is time. We need to sit down soberly and look at this thing. Personal issues aside, like my sister said earlier, that they are perennial, naysayers of SHA. And there are those who make noise in funerals and other places saying it is working. We need to bring our thoughts together and say, politics aside, side shows aside, let's have a conversation, a national conversation about health. And for us to succeed, let's have the payer, the patient, and the provider on the table. And we can even bring in many other. There are many stakeholders in health, so that every voice can be heard. And then we pull down our ego, we pull down, statistics that doesn't work. We come out and agree that if we had a 104 billion system with AI integrated in it, we shouldn't be talking about this thing right now. I can tell you, even AI, go to ChatGPT on your phone, and when you ask something, it will give a disclaimer down there and say, you need to verify this information. AI is not absolute truth. So it can't be that when AI is mentioned, all of us should keep quiet. No, it doesn't go like that. By the way, the NHIF system that we used to have then did not have AI. And we did not find this magnitude of losses, especially in under a year, 11 billion. You find these ghost hospitals like this. Yeah, there was medical fraud. But if you are to look at it, it maybe did not go above 10%.
So what can Kenyans do? Because we are the majority, we are the shareholders actually. We contract you to offer a service because it's paid for by our taxes. Yeah. We employ people to manage that policy and streamline procedures in terms of practice. Yeah. That's why we have a CS. He's an employee of Kenyans, courtesy of our tax. The same tax that is paying for the services of those who need the medical attention. So we own this thing. It is ours. What can Kenyans do?
Now, Kenyans should demand their right. It is a constitutional right to get quality healthcare. It's in the constitution. The teachers are doing it very well. That's why they are taken to Naivasha and wherever to discuss this thing. That's why there is a conversation every day about them. But the mwananchi down there, Paleko ground, is not doing anything or is not doing something enough. From our provider side of view, that's why we are here in a conversation like this, because a teacher somewhere or a civil servant or a Kenyan went to a hospital and they were denied treatment. And that is how we are making the discussion come alive. We want everybody to speak about it, the media, every stakeholder, the doctors to come out clean. Sometimes I personally get disappointed by these doctors, these surgeons, because they are the ones that majority or much of this money is owed to them. But you know what they happen? They have no time to engage in other discussion other than their practice. That's a problem. Because when they come to my facility and they perform a surgery, it is my responsibility to pay them. I pay the surgeon, I pay the anesthetist, and they go, so they don't feel the pinch. I am left there with the patient for 3, 4, 5 days, taking care of them, pain management, and all that. And then me, I'm not compensated. So it is me who makes noise, but the surgeon is comfortable. The anesthetist is comfortable. The Kenyan who came to the facility and was operated on and went home is comfortable. They are not speaking. Kenyans need to come out and speak out and say, it is time we need this thing. And we as the providers are pushing the conversation to them. When they come, they say, you either co-pay or there is no service for you, go to any government facility around.
Copay is, just for purposes of understanding, this copay, what is it?
Copay is when a mother comes maybe for delivery, SHA will reimburse 10,000 for normal delivery. We will ask this mother either pay an additional 3,000. Just in case that money doesn't come, at least I'm cushioned.
Yeah.
As a facility, you're cushioned.
Yes.
But in terms of fairness in provision of healthcare as provided for by the Constitution, is copaying a standard practice?
The SHA Act allows copay. The only caveat is the patient or the client should consent. So
can they decline? If they cannot afford it, what happens?
Yeah, if they cannot afford, you make a choice. Either to do a CSR or to refer them to the next available.
But can we look at that SHA Act? Because I'm still trying to understand. And I don't know, was I asleep when we were told very clearly that this universal health coverage meant that because of a premium that you pay and the responsibility that government takes, that means you go to a medical facility, you get treatment, you leave without having to pay an extra coin based on the fact that you have paid your premium. I mean, it's sad that we have to go back to this, but I just want to understand, unless maybe I missed something. But this is what we were told, that UHC means that you won't have to. So if we're saying that the SHA Act provides for co-pay, does that mean that there was already a foreseen situation whereby this foundation that everybody understood was to be the case would then not be possible?
Now, we need to understand that SHA provides service in different stages.
Yes.
One is the PHC,
Yes.
the primary healthcare. This is where we are told that the moment you register, you can walk in and walk out in a level 2, 3 and select level 4 and be treated and go.
Is that the case?
It's not the case.
Not.
Because this PHC is public funded, is exchequer funded. And many times we found that Parliament has not appropriated enough money.
So the money is not there.
Yeah, the money is not there. So even if you walk in, what will you be consuming?
Okay, so let's get that clear.
Yeah.
The first level is the PHC. You should be able, because it's exchequer funded, we are assuming that Treasury puts in an amount of money at this level, and the money should be there in this pool.
Sure.
All right. Where they get the money from is budgeted. Like now, we're going into budget. It's budgeted health. Your budget comes, and we say for SHA at the PHC level, we need 1 billion shillings. So the thought is that 1 billion shillings should be there, so that when I go and I have a fever, whatever you do the thing, it should come out of that money. But we are saying that Treasury, more often than not, does not put that money there.
Sure.
All right, clear. Yeah. Next.
The second one is SHIF, where we contribute 2.75 of our salary. And that money goes into the SHIF kitty, so that when you go to the hospital, then that money works for you. There is a benefit package that is cut out for that. Now, this is now where we are saying you can go to the hospital and choose that my cover maybe allows me in a general ward. And you want to go to a private.
Yes.
So you will be asked to cover for the extra. Yeah, that's where the co-payment is coming. And that's why we are saying you have to give consent. Yeah, so when you sign consent, wherever room you want me to take you, I will take you.
So the co-pay is on your personal preferences here?
Yes, or something that you want covered that is not within your benefit package.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then it's quite symbolic. But all the more, it's what we have. My question then is to the provider, the facilities.
Yes.
Delayed payment, delayed pre-authorization, sometimes disputed claims whereby you have a genuine claim, but then the authority finds it in itself to say that we are not going to reimburse you or pay you for this. Sure. And of course, sometimes low intake of the service from a facility, because if you've had issues with attending to patients because of share compliance, some patients will opt to go to another facility and not come to this facility. True. So among many other factors, how are these factors affecting the quality of the provision of care from the facilities?
Yeah, quality of care is key. And in all these discussions, we should be putting quality of care ahead. And I'm glad there is a bill about quality of care that is still roaming around in Parliament. We need this bill out, because when you talk about quality, then you should follow with the discussion, how do you reimburse for that quality? You can't just talk about quality in isolation. But to answer your question, the quality of care in many facilities has gone down. Because look at a simple thing like the consumables that we have. Examination gloves, for example. Initially, or when cash flow is good, you find that you will want to use when you need.
Yeah.
But when cash flow is low, you would want to save it. You would want to use it only when it is necessary. And when you do that in one item, another item, the third, the fourth, it means that the quality of care itself begins to go down. Yeah, you can imagine if you go to a facility and the same needle or syringe that is pulling
someone's blood,
not even blood, but the drug from a vial, is the same one that I will inject you with.
Oh, stop it. No.
It's not a good thing.
No.
Because once that...
Are you asking us to imagine, or are you telling us what is actually going on?
I'm actually telling you to imagine, and when you imagine, it means it is something that is going. Because if you were to keep on changing that needle every time, that is cost. And this person has come to the hospital, and you have not even been reimbursed the previous visit that they come. Let me give you a good example that is roaming around, and it's happening in many facilities. We have mothers who are coming for the ANC visit.
Yes, antenatal.
Yes. And their previous delivery is not yet paid. So they are now coming for the second round when you are still waiting for the first. So what service will you give this woman? You may want to do your best, but you are incapacitated. Yeah, things like orthopedic cases. These implants that we put on people, they actually bought on cash. No supplier will wait for SHA to pay so that you can pay them. So as a facility, you have to provide. So either you provide or you ask the client to co-pay. Buy for yourself, and then we do the service. Yeah.
And this is information you've shared with the ministry. This is information that as an association you've compacted, compiled, and dispersed for...
And it's also public. I think also it's the media.
So
I'm still on the I'm on the needle here, or the vial, whatever it is that you want to call this business, that we have gotten down to that level again. Sure. Because if we are talking about having to share a vial that you use to draw blood to then inject medication, we are talking about some serious health risks here, and that we are whittling it down to that there's not payment. So we can't risk using a fresh one because we don't have supply and we don't know if we're going to
increase cost.
Are you kidding me?
Sure, that's it. Look at it also this way. When payment does not come, you also don't have reagents in the lab.
Yeah.
So what happens? You will end up treating this client clinically. Yeah, just, is it headache? Is it this? Is it this? That's how it will go.
And we go to sometimes possible misdiagnosis over a number of things.
Exactly. So that's why we are saying when we talk about the quality of care to the patient, it must work hand in hand with the reimbursement.
So we have a health system that is working so hard to exacerbate the conditions and even cause death. Because when you talk about the low quality provision of the care that is needed, contamination could happen, right? 2, misdiagnosis will happen. And of course, you don't get the appropriate care that you should be getting from that facility. And we have an entire ministry that will come up and say 11 billion was lost, and the whole CS cannot find a reason to resign. Have you called for resignation of some of these people as an association?
We've done our part, and we've given our suggestion across. I think personally I've not been here once.
Yes,
and these are the same conversation that we have. Even today I have said you need the tripartite discussion to have things work well, because we can be able to put this thing to each other across the table and help, challenge each other to do better.
Yes.
The only discussion should not be fraud. It is an element. It is an element, but healthcare is not only about fraud. It is an all-round thing. We are still making noise about the level 3s and level 4s that were, denied the right to admit.
Yes.
And when you are denied the right to admit, it means you can't even conduct a delivery, because where will you keep this mother?
Yeah.
You see, so you end up putting a lot of pressure to level 4s and above, because that's where now they have the right to admit. There is still this big question of mismatch, where a facility is, the papers were changed midstream, and you are told you are level 3A and not 3B. You are 3B, not 3A. And that confused the way service is provided. Out of that mismatch issue, first of all, when there is mismatch, the facility is not being paid, because they say that we are
have to wait
investigating.
and figure this out.
Oh, sure. So you see, there are facilities that has gone for months, actually some from November last year, without a single payment, simply because of mismatch. And what is this mismatch? The certificate of registration of a facility is such and such hospital limited. And the limited in the certificate of registration is written in full, limited. But what SHA captured is LTD. That is a reason to keep a facility out.
Oh, Dr.
That's for real.
Yes, that's for real. I'm actually giving you examples that are there on the ground.
So based on that, they cannot get authorization for reimbursement or for payment.
And when that happens, there are a number of maternity beds that have been closed. They can't be used. So where are those mothers going in that region? There are a number of beds for medical use, that the medical patients that are not being in use. Where are those patients going? They are going to affect other facilities, level 4s and in the other levels that are supposed to be doing other services.
Okay.
It's only that we cannot call for closure of all hospitals. Because it's, lives depend on that.
Yes.
But I think from what you're saying, it's like we need a thorough surgery on how we manage our healthcare system.
Absolutely.
It is sad because some of the revelations that are coming out today should not be coming out under the 104 billion system. It is much worse to imagine that the quality of care has been relegated to the bare minimum that the attendant can do for you because they need to save costs, because they're incapacitated, because they have not been reimbursed as a facility. And yet here we are, the government is gloating largely, saying that SHA is working. We have 25, 28, 30 million registered Kenyans. And every now and then you hear them saying they're going to curb fraud and they're going to streamline the practice. Yet the reality that you're revealing today is appalling. I cry for my country because I believe health is one of the things that we should not compromise on. I would urge, just keep speaking up, keep saying what you need to say, keep showing up. And I think every Kenyan bears the responsibility of attempting to save a life, because when you talk about efficiency of a health system, at least we are giving everybody who is ailing a chance to get the proper care that might save a life. You talk of delivery, it's the beginning of life. If facilities are not allowed to admit because of their profiling of where they stand, then mismatch. This mother is forced to go an extra distance to seek ways of copaying, and sometimes complications arise. In the dilly-dallying of making that decision or transferring one person to the next institution, we know we have lost lives. For how long are we going to allow this shambolic, shakable system to continue killing us?
I think I mentioned this as earlier. Say it rises and falls on leadership, because the issues of mismatch, some of them have gone 9 months, going almost a year, and this is something that is administrative, is almost clerical, that somebody can sit down and just make a decision on this. Why it is not being made, you don't understand. Why we are still talking about fraud a year into SHA, and we only have 40 hospitals that have been taken to court, and no single conviction is still something.
Yeah. And let me ask, Doc, and I think this is becoming personal for me.
Yeah.
How do ghost hospitals exist?
That one is a very difficult question for me to answer from a provider point of view. But from how you understand it, is that a hospital is a company or a business that is registered at the registration of business.
Correct.
BRS. And you take that registration to KMPDC. KMPDC, they do their things and issue a license. You move from there, you go to SHA. They empanel you, they give you a contract. That is a very long process for something that doesn't exist to exist.
So when the SHA CES comes out and says ghost hospitals received money, he should be able to substantiate that and say, actually, this is the company, this is the facility, these are the codes, these are the permits. These are the accounts where the money was paid
and they should be able to bring that man to book immediately.
And when you see a flaw in the system whereby you are supposed to have, again, given birth 4 times a year, that's, you know what we are not saying? Is that is money that is being allocated somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it could seem like, oh, there's a bug in the system and Obed is sitting at his desk, but somebody else has gotten the service. No, that is money that has been siphoned and taken somewhere else.
Exactly.
When you see that a woman has given birth 4 times, that is money that has been taken and sent somewhere else. When someone has had open heart surgery.
And you cannot bring that blame to a provider.
That's the thing I'm asking. Where does this money go? That money? And then also, when Joe has to pay 7,920 shillings, when I have to pay 7,900, when people who go to hospital for care and they're told, okay, well, it's not, if you pay up, then we'll treat you. They pay the 7,920 shillings for a year upfront. That money goes to a pool somewhere, right? Does it then find its way to, what does it do? Does it pay bills? Does it pay what's pending? Or does it keep it in a pool? Where do we know? And if we don't, why? Because it seems like it should be a public piece of information and knowledge that we know that you have paid, so it has gone to the pool. Now go and access.
I wish this seat was occupied by the pair.
Interestingly enough, it was supposed to be. The seat was supposed to be occupied by a SHA official this morning, but that maybe for obvious reasons didn't happen.
Yeah, because those are the questions we receive every day at the hospital. Somebody comes, nimekatwa pesa. I have paid for this service. And you end up, explaining a lot of things. It shouldn't be that way, but I leave that for them. They should answer where the money goes.
This is one of those tough ones where, I really hoped that we would get to a place. Even last night, preparing for this, I said maybe we'll get to a place whereby we can then be told that things have been streamlined and they're working a lot better than they were about a year ago. But it's unfortunate that we're here, and. Leadership, whether you're talking about the leadership at SHA, whether you're talking about the leadership at the Ministry of Health, whether you're talking about the leadership at the top of the country, it all points to this. And we still have to ask questions about where the money goes in a system where people should be able to walk into a facility, get treated based on the fact that they've paid their premiums, and that this is not working. We should then be able to ask why and get an answer immediately. You should be able to get an answer immediately, but that does not happen. And so beyond the sicknesses and the stitches and the coughs and the flus and the cold and the surgeries, the questions that Kenyans have to be asking themselves is that, do we want to be in this situation again tomorrow? And that, can you shut it down, hard stop, and start again? Well, That's what decisions about leadership allow you to do. Decisions about leadership allow you to take a hard stop and say, let's get back into the kitchen, fix this thing, and get people moving on their feet. So beyond it being a shark question, it's a leadership question, and you want to ask, what are you doing? Dr. Joseph Kariuki, thank you for being here with us this morning. It's unfortunate we had to end on this note, this conversation, but then maybe leaves us in a spot of thought.
Yeah.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. Security has been heightened across all polling centers in the 3 electoral areas whereby elections are underway, with police deployed to ensure a peaceful voting process. Voting is taking place in Emurua Dikir constituency in Narok County, Poro Ward in Samburu County, and Nduh Ward in Elgeyo Marakwet County, in a contest viewed as an early political test between President William Ruto and former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua ahead of the 2027 general elections. Polling stations opened at 6 a.m. and will close at 5 p.m. The Emurua Dikir parliamentary race, triggered by the death of former MP Johana Ngeno, has attracted the most attention, with rival camps campaigning strongly in the Rift Valley. The IBC says voting materials were delivered on time and polling began smoothly in most stations. To matters held where medical services in public hospitals across Embu County remain disrupted following a strike by health workers over delayed salaries. The workers say they have gone for nearly 2 months without pay and accuse the county government of failing to communicate when the salaries will be released. Union leaders say the strike will continue until the dispute is resolved, with only emergency services including ICU and neonatal care currently operational. Kenya National Union of Nurses Embu Branch Secretary Masharia Kanderis accused the county government of ignoring a 7-day strike notice and failing to explain the salary delays.
Mgomo wetu umeanza kirasmi. Mgomo ambaye tulikuwa tumewakilisha siku 7 iliyopita, leo tarehe 13 mgomo wetu imeanza kirasmi, na asubuhi hii tumeanza kuweka virago chini department mbalimbali hapa katika Embu, and especially upande ya afya. Swala lile kuu ni kwamba hadi wakati huu kutoka tuwakilishe ilani ya mgomo, kaunti ya Embu serikali haijatuita tukae chini nao ili tuweze kuzungumza na watueleze watatulipa lini.
Kibwezi West MP Mwengi Mutuse has criticized former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua over his remarks on French President Emmanuel Macron's visit to Kenya. Mutuse has urged Gachagua and opposition leaders to avoid criticizing every government decision, saying some of the interventions are beneficial to Kenyans.
Nataka niwaulize ndugu zetu ambao wako kwa upinzani, jameni, hamwezi kupinga kila kitu. Wakati serikali inataka kujenga barabara mnapinga, wakati serikali inataka kuweka stima mnapinga. Marais karibu 25 wakiongozwa na rais wa nchi ya Ufaransa wamekuwa hapa Kenya, tukiongea jinsi tutapata ufadhili ndio tuweze kutatua shida za maji, tuweze kutatua shida za maendeleo ya Wakenya. Wao tukifanya hivyo, nyinyi mnaweka press conference, nyinyi mnapanga maandamano ya kupinga. Niwaulize jameni, mfikirie wananchi, kwa sababu pia hao wananchi wanataka kupata matunda ya maendeleo katika serikali ya Kenya.
2 men have been fined 700,000 shillings each or face 2 years in jail after being convicted by the Winam Law Courts in Kisumu for smuggling 8,750 litres of ethanol, resulting in a tax loss of over 10.4 million shillings. Salim Okoh and Joseph Odhiambo, a truck driver and loader, were found guilty of dealing in restricted goods and concealing imported cargo. The court heard that they were arrested on 23rd July 2025 at Nyamasaria along the Kisumu-Nairobi highway after a lorry carrying ethanol hidden in wooden crates were intercepted. Investigation showed the consignment had no valid customs documentation, and the court ruled that the prosecution had proved its case, noting that ethanol is a restricted commodity under customs laws. And farmers in Trans Nzoia County are calling on the county government to involve community-based organization in the distribution of coffee, tea, banana seedlings and maize seeds to ensure wider and fair access. They say such organization better understand local needs and can help guarantee a more transparent and equitable distribution of farm inputs.
Tumekuwa tukireceive matching grants na ina take time sana ndio tuweze kupewa because the saving culture of our farmers is down a bit. So wakati unafanya hiyo promotion ya kusaidia mambo ya sustainable agriculture kama kupeana mbegu, tulikuwa naomba pia cash crops iweze kutembea sana through these circles. And my plea was that if the circles can work with the county government directly, hakuna kitu itakosa kufikia mkulima. So I was promoting that when you are doing this program of giving seed maize to our farmers, we better use circles because they are more organized to reach out to our farmers to the Chile.
And that's the news wire. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and that last conversation left us in a bit of a cliffhanger, and it's got Joe Kamanya holding his chin in a way in which his aunties and uncles would have told him don't do that. But that is what has caused the conversation, and that caused the stance this morning. Because, wow, I can't promise you that our next conversation is going to be a far cry from that same result at the end of it, but we're going to try. Because one thing that Dr. Manyasa asks us to do often is to be positive about certain things, but taking into the consideration the reality of our times. The state of education is what we're looking at this hour, and teen pregnancies and school unrests is the sub to that, and we'll look into some of those things that are going on. But Daktari, welcome to the Situation Room this morning.
Thank you.
And we look through and say, this is a situation, what then should it mean? The SAO agenda has been giving us some interesting reports over the last couple of months, and that will probably feed into some of the things that we are looking at today. But before we do that, as you know, we go around the African continent every week. This week, we find ourselves in Eswatini, the Kingdom of Eswatini. And the proverb for today, which we'd love to get your interpretation of, goes talking about, I guess you'll tell us what you think about that proverb. Of course, we know that it's one of the last few kingdoms on the African continent, looking at how they rule between modernity and traditional ways of doing things. But this one is interesting because it helps us to look at perhaps certain life lessons. The roaring lion cannot hunt game.
I think what it means is that hunting or searching for anything requires tact. And one of those tactful ways is to keep your silence. Because any noise scares away prey.
Right.
So, yeah.
There it is. There's a way to keep silent about some things. But some of the things that we can't keep silent about are some of the things that we'll be discussing this morning. So thank you for that, because that's true. Maybe in the approach to how to deal with it, but don't make a lot of noise about how you're going to solve the problem as opposed to just solving the problem. Let's start off with what we see as the state of unrest in schools at the moment. 33 students from Taita, Taveta and Kilifi counties were presented before court. And this was as the charge that was brought was that of arson in their schools. And I believe the number of schools that were represented by these 33 students was 12 schools in 2 counties. And they cited several reasons. They didn't shy away. They cited several reasons as to why they, spoke out, or in this case, acted out. They talked about poor state of things in school. They talk about diet being off the chart. They talk about treatment by their teachers, and they talk about the level of teaching and all of this having dropped over time. It seems like it is a drastic move to burn down the school if these measures had not been addressed. But then I start to think, had they spoken about this severally and nobody listened to them? Had it been a thing that was compounding over time and nobody addressed these matters? Or was it one bad egg, quote unquote, that brought in an issue? Maybe. But then yesterday we saw that State House Girls also is closed indefinitely because some of these same issues are being brought up. We don't run away from the fact that mocks are about right now, so it could be a pressure point. But it is a situation at the moment. What is causing this unrest from where you sit, and should we take it seriously?
Thank you. We have to take any incident of unrest in school seriously because, one, it endangers children. 2, potentially it could lead to destruction of property that has been accumulated by the school over a long period of time. And 3, it will always put parents in jeopardy because eventually they have to pay, most of the time, pay more than what has been destroyed, which then benefits nobody in the end. But there are very many reasons why these incidents arise. One of those reasons is, and I think we have been speaking about this for a very long time, we have just never done a good job in addressing these incidents when they arise. Why? Because very many factors drive these incidents. One of them is that at this particular point in time, during second term, schools push children a lot. There are a lot of children suffering illnesses that are just coming from too much pressure that is coming from the schools. Children go to bed at 11, they're woken up at 3. To do that every day for a whole term is just not good for anyone. And yet some parents are called to school and told, we want to get the grades. Grades for what? Why would you want your young son or your young daughter to leave school with lifetime ailments because they were trying to get an A. What is in that A? That you will want a child to destroy their entire life so as to get an A. So that is one problem. Too much pressure on these learners because people want to get A's. Let's ask ourselves, who benefits from 100% A's in a school? It's just the principal.
Yeah.
After that, they will sell admissions to the school because now every stupid parent will be running there to say, oh, this is the school that produces A's. For what? I taught in the university, I saw so many students who had scored A's in Form 4 come to university and drop out. Yeah, because they were drilled to get this A's. And when they come to university and there's no one drilling them, they just simply can't cope. Some of them got A's that were beyond their own abilities and have been admitted to courses that are beyond their abilities and beyond their interest. And they just drop out. They get into drugs and they drop out. And then you wonder, how had the parent and the school helped this child by pressuring them? So that is one. The second problem is that in some schools we have cases of mismanagement where children can see that they are being mismanaged. They are sleeping in dirty dormitories. They have bed bugs in their rooms. So you have these few hours to go to bed. And then those few hours, you're just fighting with bed bugs. And before you know it, you're being told your time to sleep is up. That level of pressure is not good for anyone, leave alone young people who need to develop. The third reason sometimes is people from outside interfering in the functioning of the school. So you have a school where the community has certain interests inside the school, and they are trying to use young children to fight their wars with the school as an establishment. And so incitement is coming from outside. So what we have always suggested is whenever there is an incident of school unrest, let it be investigated conclusively. And the individuals involved, whether they are learners or they are teachers internally trying to undermine the principal, or it is the principal mismanaging the school, or it is the community from outside who do not want the principal because he or she is trying to do certain things in a way that they don't like, and therefore they're using learners to try and fight the principal. Let the individuals involved be isolated and made responsible. When there is such incidents, a lot of learners don't participate, but their parents are going to pay hefty fines. And sometimes you even wonder whether these unrests are instigated internally to just create an opportunity to exploit parents. Because you see the kinds of figures that emerge, and you wonder how much damage
is it a milking scheme? Yeah. But now, Mwalim, I hear that, and I hear the call for more assertion of authority in dealing with characters, wherever they might be coming from the community, the teaching fraternity, or the students, dealing with them firmly and decisively to deter such behavior. Unfortunately, when that deterrent is being effected, damage has already been done. Yeah. If kids were being mistreated, they are already they have suffered. If they had to share their sleeping time with the bed bugs, they have shared the time, among many other situations we can use as examples. The damage has already happened. Then some of these damages, if I may call them so, have a longer lasting effect and impact on the child. It is my opinion that schools are supposed to be run purely on the interest of the child. When that is not happening, and we have the check-off systems, because we have all these officers, who are supposed to make sure there is compliance, there is regulation, there's strict observance of both morals, values, principles are happening. These people get paid to do their job, but clearly they're not doing their job. I want to compare a school setup with a military barracks. There are no lapses in a military barracks. You cannot infiltrate, whether you are a community that lives around there. There is more order. How is it that we have relegated schools from being that shrine, that higher moral standard that everybody knew that this is a learning facility, where even teachers were looked upon in the community as points of good morals and better values? How have we managed to relegate such a critical function of government, because it's a public good that is supposed to be equitably distributed to all? How have we managed to get comfortable in relegating it so much that now we start discussing on how to manage unrest? It's as if we know they're going to happen, they should happen. Yet we know there are mitigative measures we can take and employ to make sure that we have a more peaceful coexistence in that education sector. How have we gotten here?
Part of why we've gotten here is because we have reduced schools into factories of some sort. So they are supposed to manufacture. These workers will come out of there with certain skills and certain capacities to be trained to become workers in certain fields. Schools, and most of our schools here were founded by faith-based organizations. They were supposed to be formation centers, so that they are focused on whole child development. You're focused on when this child grows, because they are going to spend most of their childhood and youth time in these schools. And therefore they will be forming their characters while in the school. When they come out of school, which kind of people are going to come out? Not which kinds of grades they will have scored, because grades are supposed to be a small component of what one gets out of a school system. They are there at their most critical time. They should come out of there having formed certain character. To form that character is not something that you are ordered around and told you must behave, you must behave. It means that the school community must provide role modeling for these young people. The teachers must be their role models, the people they want to look up to, so that they are learning by seeing what is being done in school. If you are the teacher, you are coming to class on time, you are delivering your curriculum assignment as required. You have time to listen to these young people when they come to you and say, we have a problem. Many of the times, those opportunities are not there. Sometimes because either the teachers are overstretched, they're too few, they have too many learners to deal with and they're overstretched, or because some of the teachers simply don't care. And because they don't care, these young people have a lot of pent-up pressure and anger that starts to develop in them. Some of them start to see themselves as wasting their time and even wasting their parents' money, because you're being asked money for this, for that other thing, and you don't even think you're being given an opportunity to use your time in school to develop yourself and to create a livelihood pathway for yourself. And you start to wonder whether you're doing the right thing by being in school. In the past, we issued threats and said, we will expel children who ban schools and never have them admitted anywhere else. There are young people in the schools who are wanting out
of the system. They want to discontinue.
They want to be out because they don't think being in school is adding value to their lives. So you tell them, we will expel you. They actually want that. You have given them a motivation to want to burn down the school so that they can be expelled. And I don't think a school system exists to expel learners. You are expelling them from school to where? To society. Yeah. How do you want to live with them in society when they haven't gotten the opportunity to be
to mold character
and to have their characters molded? So I think that we need to revisit the moral foundations of our school. And then the moral foundation was that these are formation centers that must focus on whole child development and not focus on grades.
And now when we fast forward, because again, the grading system was supposed to be cured or retired by the CBC. So I would ask, since now we're not striving for an A, you know, as it were in the past, you're just looking at, you know, meet expectations, below expectation, more or less a grading system, but it's supposed to ease off the pressure from the learners. Is that happening? Is it easing off the pressure, the performance pressure?
It is not. That was the aspiration of CBE. We haven't done well in actualizing that aspiration. We haven't done well because we have failed the junior school.
Yeah.
And the junior school was the place where we were supposed to have the child, the learner, and the teachers work together to identify pathways for these children. So by the time they are exiting from grade 9, there is no competition in who goes to which school, which senior school.
Yep.
Because the pathways should have been identified and agreed on by the three important parties, the teacher, the child, and the parent.
The parent, yeah.
We have failed junior school miserably. So junior school is incapable as it is now to be able to guide the child. And that's why we are in second term. If you ask the principals of senior school, they will tell you a lot of grade 10 learners are still switching between pathways.
Yes.
Even now, as they
Yes.
speak. Wow.
Yes. The reason they are doing that is because they found themselves in a pathway they were never prepared for. Junior school was not able to prepare them, so they just landed there. Because of that confusion, we are going to see even more intensified clamor for EE grade, exceeding expectations 1 in the coming grade 9 exit. And that is undoing what we set out to achieve with CBE.
With CBE.
And all is not lost. I think we have time to reinvest a lot of effort in junior school as one thing. And if we do that, that is going to help junior school to be the place where children's pathways are properly identified and children get proper guidance.
Who is supposed to be giving this guidance?
The guidance is supposed to be happening to be done by the teacher and the parent in consultation with the child. So you're looking at the child, what areas they are excelling in. We have children who are excelling in everything. You are looking at what are they interested in beyond what they are excelling in, because you do best what you are interested in. That is what you commit your energies and time to. So for those who are excelling in everything, where are their interests? Those who are not excelling in everything, what are they excelling in? And you're talking to the parents to be able to guide these young people so that by the time they're in grade 8, grade 9, they know that I am best talented in this area. And so going to senior school, this is where I am going. And that will be very useful. We have an aspiration to have 60% transition to STEM, which is a good national aspiration. We need to make junior schools capable of providing a fair opportunity for learners to test themselves and see if they are actually capable of excelling in STEM. As it is now, we don't have what we need there for these learners to test themselves, to be able to be confident that they can transition to a STEM pathway in senior school and excel. So some have transitioned to STEM, but they are now switching because they realize they have a very weak foundation in STEM. They realize if they pursue that pathway, they will not be able to go far.
And now, back to the unrest, because you see, the school is an agent of socialization. As you said, kids spend a lot of time, primarily so, at the school. But there is also the societal or communal aspect, because the school also exists in this community. Today, when you look around the country, there is a lot of unrest. There is a lot of pushback. There's a lot of resistance against systems, against authority, against administration, for one reason or the other. And these kids, they live in our homes, where we are talking about the dissatisfaction we have against whatever authority, be it at workplace, be it the government, wherever it is. And they pick. Because even these performances that were banned, the theatre, the poems and all that, they're also based on the mood of the country at that moment, of the community at that given moment in time. So is there a correlation today, from where you stand, between the conduct of the schools, in regard to the unrest, and what is happening in our Kenyan society?
First of all, being restless in itself is not a bad thing. It is a sign that we are developing.
Right.
Societies that are docile and quiet are generally underdeveloped societies and still going to be underdeveloped for a long time. Societies progress when they question everything. They show disaffection with what exists and push those who have responsibilities to invent, to innovate, and come up with new things, new ways of doing things. That's why, if you look at, for example, mobile telephony, users of mobile telephones are restless most of the time. And so the mobile telephony industry is having to innovate continuously, because what you have produced today as the top of the range, in 3 months is no longer top of the range, and users are moving on. If you do not continue innovating, you have lost your market share. That is how societies move forward. The problem is, how do we present our disaffection with issues?
Exactly.
We have cases of parents who go to schools and abuse teachers right in front of their children. Yeah. When you do that, what have you taught the child? Yeah. To disrespect that teacher. And when they disrespect the authority in school, we see the kinds of violent unrests that we see. Yeah. So how we express our disaffection and resolve the issue that we confront is the problem. But being restless is a good thing. If you look at this region, Kenyans are more restless than other people in the region. And why? Because Kenya is ahead in development over other regions and over other countries in the region. So the people are pushing those in authority, and not just in authority in form of government, but even those running our corporate sector are under pressure. The kind of pressure that we exact on Kenya Power when we have a power outage is not what you find in some of our neighboring countries. Because we want more, we want better, and it is fine. And it is okay that children in schools put pressure on the managers of the schools and say, this school can run better. We can have water running on the tap every day. We don't have to have water today and not tomorrow, and the next day, not the day after.
It can be every day.
They have a right to put that pressure. The challenge is, how do we express that? And do we open channels through which disaffection can be expressed without reprisal? Because the moment those channels for expression of disaffection are closed, then you push them underground, and what brews underground will only come to the surface as a fire.
So the fire is actually, or the unrest is actually telling you things that if you look beyond the fire, you can actually see what those issues are and actually begin to deal with them. That, I mean, these kids are not crazy for asking for running water. They're not crazy for asking for a diet that works. They're not crazy for asking to go to bed if they're in a boarding school where there are no bed bugs in the thing. And they're not crazy for saying, can we sleep an hour more, when a child is still developing and still requires 8 hours of sleep. We never take some of these things into consideration. I'd like to come back and look at some staggering numbers that deals then with the girls, the children who are turning up pregnant in school. We'll come back and talk about that. Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa is with us today. He's Executive Director of the USAWA Agenda, and we're looking at a lot of the issues that are surrounding the education system. We'll be back in a bit. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what traffic looks like. It's been a bit of a busy morning, but shouldn't be too bad. Except for what's happening on Outer Ring. I don't know who let the crazies out, but everybody is on the street this morning and heading out in the direction of the Thika Superhighway. Something is amiss here. Quite a lot of traffic, and it's going all the way to the junction and connecting with the Thika Superhighway this morning. So if you're in that, I apologize. If you know what could be the issue, also let us know so that we can spread that word. Inbound on the Thika Superhighway as well, some traffic there, but it's contained to right about just after the Kasarani, the stadium, Kasarani, and then out towards Outer Ring. So that's quite a stretch. So that's not fun this morning. There is some traffic also coming off of Limuru Road, coming in from the UN Avenue. Traffic then heading into the city. It's busy coming off of Langata Road and touching on Rilo Dinga Way as well. So we're still in traffic hour for all intents and purposes. We're keeping an eye on things. Try to keep it moving. Let's talk through the day's SpiceFM. KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFM KE.
Your active baby is all over the place and regular diapers keep falling off. Introducing Gentle Care Baby Pants, the snug, stretchy, breathable, and antibacterial baby pant for your unstoppable explorer. The pants have quick max absorption technology, ensuring you use less pants for longer periods and no messes when you're changing outdoor, thanks to the free exclusive hygiene bags included in every pack. Gentle Care Baby Pants for the unstoppable and the mother who cares.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversations continue this morning now at 24 minutes to 10 o'clock. And just continuing our conversation around a lot of things that are happening. Unrest whereby somebody's starting a fire is talked to a psychologist friend of mine, and she said that even when you see somebody lashing out, that's a cry for help. They're telling you that something is wrong. Not only are they sending out an alarm, but they're also telling you that they have said this to you before, but you have not heeded the call. So there's a repetition that has taken place that has not been heeded. And so this that you see is actually the last act. But they've spoken, they've communicated, they've said something before that you've not dealt with. So the fire is a symptom. The breaking down is a symptom. The shouting is a symptom. Are we dealing with the problem? There are some numbers that bother us, Dr. And this is 2026 that we're looking at these numbers. Now, I just want to share some of those with you. Junior secondary school has emerged as the epicenter of teenage pregnancies among school-going girls in Kenya, accounting for 60% of all pregnant learners. This is May 2026. This is not last year's. And we're not even done with May. This is May 2026. Now, data from the 2026 economic survey, a Kenya economic survey, and the recent Ministry of Education studies reveal that a total adolescent pregnancy cases in the country rose from 224,333 to 235,938, with a critical 14.6% spike among very young girls aged 10 to 14. So, if we are sending out almost 1 million children every year to the next class kind of thing, what are we saying here? A fifth of that number has been pregnant and is or about to be out of school for however long it takes for them to have this baby and start to give it critical care in the first 3 months, and are not going to school. This is a crazy high number. And when we started seeing numbers like this, it was around COVID time. And so we all kind of said, okay, well, it's COVID. People are not in school. They're frustrated. Okay. No, the number has even risen now. What?
So many issues involved that are responsible for this. Partly when you have children intermittently in school. So in and out of school, mostly because of lack of fees. If you walk across this country on a school day, you will still see a lot of uniforms on the road during school time.
Yeah.
And the reason being that a lot of these children are walking to school and walking back home because of they haven't paid this, they haven't paid that other thing. When that happens, children are not safe in between home and school. So in our own survey, we saw that majority of the secondary school learners who are affected by teenage pregnancy are those in day schools, not those in boarding schools. Because for most boarding schools, they have these strict protocols on when you come to school, when you leave school, who can visit you in school and who cannot. Now, those who are day scholars, who have to commute every day to and from school, there is a whole lot that goes on in between home and school. And that accounts for their number being that high. There is another aspect to it. The other aspect to it being that, again, from our data, what we saw, that a girl in a cluster 4 school was 10 times more likely to be affected by teenage pregnancy compared to a girl in cluster 1 school.
Yeah.
What is the difference? The difference is that cluster 1 schools generally get most of their learners to qualify to go to university after Form 4.
Okay.
So the hope that the children in cluster 4 schools have is not the same as the hope that children in cluster 1 schools have.
Yeah.
That difference in itself determines how much these children commit to pursuing a future through education. Because this is a decision to say, I'll put everything else aside to focus on education because it is a promise for a better future, or that even if I put everything aside and focused on education, it does not promise me a better future. And you get diverted by those fellows you interact with along the way, the riders who take them to school sometimes, the people who offer them money for lunch because the family can't provide, start to distract them. They start to think that these individuals could actually give me a pathway to a better life than the school.
These are 10-year-olds. These are 10.
Yes.
The numbers that we are looking at here, Doc, are 10 to 14. These are they're babies.
In this country, we have parts of this country where girls as young as 7 are betrothed to get married when they turn 14. The parents have even received partial dowry at age 7, 8. Yeah. So it shouldn't surprise you.
No, it shouldn't.
It should. I mean, we're doing stories. I've done stories where you go and you sit and people tell you about the horrors of having to live in an existence where the only promise of food is to essentially sell your 8-9-year-old daughter because you will then maybe get food for the next 6 months. I've seen those, but I think that it should leave us in a state of chagrin that when things like this continuously happen and we don't seem to then be able to pay attention to those things, but focus on some other rubbish that really doesn't matter, when children are essentially being sacrificed at the altar of things like politics.
So the biggest problem that we have, I think, as a society, is that we haven't understood one basic principle, that children don't belong to parents.
They're just custodians.
Children belong to this country and to the society, and that we all have an obligation to make sure that every child gets a quality education. Why? Because a child who gets a good quality education will contribute to this society for the benefit of everyone. Some of the parents, we are saying, the father has not done this, the mother has not done this, will be long dead, they will not be there. And these children are just going to be adults who either serve and benefit the rest of the society, or who may have a lot of grievances against society and may actually turn out to hurt society. Their parents won't be there.
Let me ask, Mwalimu, because it's appalling that we can find comfort in saying that due to the levels of poverty or collapse of our societal order in whatever community we belong to, that it is almost acceptable that underage kids will be denied their right to school, to education, and they'll be exposed to adult activities. For me, I cannot wrap my head around that, because every state ought to secure, that's the word, its citizens. And the number one order is the young ones. You know, before everything you hear is about children, women, vulnerable. You know, it begins with the young ones. The number one protection we can offer is providing facilities and structures where these kids spend a lot of their time. You know, facilities need to be conducive enough to allow them to grow and to develop. But we seem to be admitting and finding comfort that yes, that has collapsed, so we should not be surprised when the consequences are so active. I think if somebody can defend when we say we have a failed country, I would want them to prove why. I would want them to back up, you know, because I strongly feel that if we truly cannot take care of our 11 million school-going kids or thereabout, we have no business saying that this government is working for anyone. Their job cannot be just collecting taxes and trying to justify budgets that we clearly cannot see the impact. We are talking about young girls getting pregnant underage, courtesy of, in this case, a failed education system, that there are not enough safeguards. We also seem to, and I would want to hear opinion on this, what you think about the role of private schools in collapsing the public school system. Because I hold the opinion that if we focused more on improving our public schools than abdicating that duty to the private sector, perhaps we'd have more functional education system. What's your opinion on that?
Now, let me start by saying this. Kenya is making an effort. If you compare in the region,
no, we don't.
Maybe it is wrong to compare.
Yeah,
in the
it
region.
is very wrong.
But even if we compare to ourselves, when I was in class 8, we were 38 of us in class. Out of those 38, only 11 transitioned to Form 1. So the transition rate, even then, was horribly low. We have done well on improving the transition rates. Our transition rates right now are much better. Of course, they're not what the government is saying, but they're better than what they were some years back. We are improving. We are improving too slowly for my liking. We could improve faster, but we are improving. Sometimes it's good to celebrate those small things. Second thing that I need to mention that is also important is the role of the private sector in complementing public sector. Why? Because on an ideal situation, it should have been possible for the government to say, these children can pay and these children can't pay. And so the public is going to pay for these children who can pay, and these ones who can pay should pay and be in public schools. Because that mechanism is difficult to derive, and we don't like doing the difficult things many times. We have allowed the private school sector to offload those who can pay from the public system. So they are paying. They remain Kenyan children, whom we owe a duty to a free and compulsory quality basic education as enshrined in our constitution. But their parents are taking that responsibility, and the government is not supporting those children. in a way, they are being offloaded from the public system. Ideally, should enable the government to offer better quality to those who remain in the public system, because the numbers have been reduced. That 24% of the children in this country are in private schools. That offloads responsibility from the public education system. We should take that opportunity to improve the quality that is there in the public school, because now we are not shouldering responsibility for all these other almost quarter of the children, to make the quality in public school, especially primary, because when we get to secondary, the best schools are public. But primary, to improve that quality, because foundational learning is the most important part of learning. If you can learn how to learn at the foundational level, you are capable of going anywhere and attaining any heights in education, even on your own. In this era of internet and a lot of information, you can self-educate if you have a strong foundation. So for me, yes, there are elements where the private school system has been used to undermine the public, but it is not entirely evil. We can actually take advantage of its existence and the willingness of some parents to put their children in the private school system, to say, this quarter has now been taken off public coffers. Let us utilize what remains to make sure that the 3 quarters who have remained in the public system are getting equal or even better quality education than those who have gone to the private. Because today we said, let's close all the private schools. The public school system will not be able to carry, because we are seeing high levels of congestion in public schools, even when a significant number is still in the private. So if we were to close the private, the public will be entirely overwhelmed. And so for me, there is need for very good thinking around that.
I'm still very concerned about the number here, because these girls who are 10 to 14, 7 to 10, they are in lower primary. I mean, they're in primary.
Yeah, they're in primary.
They're in primary. They're not at the. We're looking at learners who get into JSS, getting into JSS at.
They're supposed to get into JSS at 12.
At 12, right? So the majority of the children who are getting pregnant are in primary school. So there's a foundational problem here. There's also it sounds nice to throw blame, but everybody's complicit here. From a school system to parents. What is happening with parents in homes, and we need to understand what's happening also with where it is okay for a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old. Where are they when this act is being performed that leads to pregnancy? What are they doing? Where are they?
I was home sometime before Christmas. And for some reason, I was out very late, past midnight. I had some friends visiting. We sat, talked up to very late, and I was dropping off some of them past midnight. And I am meeting these kids who look like 12, 13, boys and girls, walking, going to disco matangas.
Alone?
Yes. Past midnight. And I'm asking myself, so where are the parents? Because they have come from some home.
Yes.
Where is the parent? Does the parent know that their 12, 13-year-old daughter
outside.
Is on the road past midnight?
And why is that okay if you figure it out and she comes back and says, and you ask where was she? I mean, we look into the nitty-gritty of the detail here, but then this is the national psyche that we talk about. That why is it then okay? I mean, what on earth could be a justifiable reason when you come and tell your mother as a 12-year-old or your father that I was out at midnight in the company of whomever else, that this was okay? So I do think that there has been we've let down on how we and it doesn't matter the social strata that we talk about, whether you have a coin or whether you have a million of them. That there's a very basic that's being asked for here. Because I want to ask, do you not know where your daughter is who while she's off getting pregnant? Do you not know where she is? Do you not know what she's doing? And it is not a bourgeois question. It is a parental guidance question.
Yeah.
And then who is getting these girls pregnant? Who is it the rider in the city, in the town? Who is getting these children pregnant? Because we're going to have some difficult conversations where you have to ask questions, Dr. Manyasa, like, okay, if there is an attraction to a child, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Because the numbers that we are talking are not 2,000. They're not 10,000. They're not 20,000. Yeah. They're not 50,000. They're not 100,000. There are 235,000 girls in 2026 between the age of 10 and 14 that are pregnant and out of school. If that doesn't make somebody turn on the heels and say, stop the truck, then there's a problem.
There's a problem, and there are many problems. Right now, there is a conversation happening within the judicial service corridors and saying we need to relook at the Sexual Offenders Act. Relook at the Sexual Offenders Act with two goals in mind. Make it sufficiently deterrent to the behavior that allows adults to violate children, the opportunities for adults to violate children. And then look at it with a kinder eye to young boys. Because some of these teenage girls are actually made pregnant by fellow teenage boys.
Yes.
And we have a lot of teenage boys now incarcerated for that reason. And the question is, at what point do we start to say both of these people are children? For them to have done this, the failure was not their own. That failure existed somewhere else. And we deal with that somewhere else where this failure is coming from. So that is one perspective. The other perspective is that we have a lot of people, and very recently there was even an attempt to push that to some level of political rhetoric, or people who walk out here and say, I didn't go to school, but I have money. What is going to school? Yeah. And it was becoming a loud noise. And sometimes I feel that intelligent people tend to be too timid sometimes. And they don't push back on these kinds of talk, because this kind of talk has very strong negative signaling effect on young impressionable minds. To think that what is important is money, and it doesn't matter how you get it, you don't need to go to school.
Yeah.
Now, I sit down and ask myself many times, so when you have gotten this money, what do you do with it? Yeah. You just want to go and buy something that you think is good, made by the educated.
Made by the educated.
But you steal some of this money, you start running from your own shadow, you go pay an educated lawyer to defend you. It is legitimate income to the lawyer. They will eat and sleep in their house because it is legitimate. You stole it, it is illegitimate. You are running even from your own shadow because you didn't have a brain.
So there is a question of morals.
Yeah.
But further is that now, like you said, the schools were meant to be formation centers. So young girls are being neglected by us as a community, whether it is the failure of the education system or our home values, where young kids are going to disco matangas. Whether they are going to look for their parents in those disco matangas or not, we don't know. Or why they find it, morally upright to leave home and go, because, kids would be scared to leave home if they know there's an authority at home. That is also something to think on. But also there is a high prevalence on substance abuse. because the same has been highly domesticated. You find the parents in the communities. We have relaxed, or rather not limited exposure of some of the mannerisms that children should not be learning from. And yet we expect them when they go to school, they should be behaving differently. How do we improve on knowing that the first learning center is the home setup before they go to the school? But the first teachers we have is we, the parents, we, the community who live with the kids before they send them to school. And they can only take the behavior they are learning from here to the school. How do we improve on that?
So for me, and that's why I said there are failures on multiple levels. There's a failure in our families that is actually exposing children to things they should not be exposed to. There is a level of negligence in some cases, so that the parent is lax. They don't care whether the child is doing the right thing or the wrong thing. Some of them are even happy when a girl gets pregnant because now they have an excuse. I can't pay fees. And government is implementing the return to school policy. That is starting to improve the return to school rates. In the last survey we did, it is now 51% of girls who get pregnant are returning to school. So there is a policy that is trying to improve that. But there are parents who, actually, one of the challenges when we spoke to principals, they said we have totally unsupportive parents. They are not willing. Some stop to pay fees and they say, aenda olewe.
Oh, wow.
So some of them even think it is a good thing. They are now relieved. They won't have to pay fees. So we have failure there. We pride ourselves as being heavily religious society. Are we living our religious values? There is no reflection of that when you see what is happening in our families and happening in our public space. There is a failure on that front. That needs to be addressed.
Thank you. It's tough questions and it's hard ones that we have to, because it affects whatever we want to see as foundational pillars in society. And that's why it's important for us to have the conversations. It's not noise making. It's necessary for us to highlight. Thank you for doing this with us this morning. Executive Director of the Usawa Agenda, Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa. Asante.
Asante sana.
For everybody who has been here this morning, thank you for being part of the situation. It was a tough one today to look through some of these issues, but necessary for us to do, Joe. Talk soon. Asante sana. Good morning, everybody, and I made it past 10.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. 4 students have been arrested after being linked to a fire that destroyed a dormitory at Magereza Academy in Naivasha, Nakuru County. The fire, which broke out Wednesday morning, gutted part of the dormitory, prompting the school board to close the institution indefinitely pending investigations and repairs. Parents Association Chair Lawrence Mogaka said CCTV footage placed the suspects at the scene, adding that they are assisting DCI officers with investigations. He noted that students were in evening classes at the time, with a few sustaining minor injuries while rescuing their belongings. The board said the closure was necessary due to limited dormitory space to allow investigations to proceed. Some parents have, however, opposed any move to raise fees for reconstruction, calling on the administration to seek alternative funding and allow students to resume learning. They have also raised concerns over safety and communication following reports of a previous dormitory fire at the school. Mothers in Trans Nzoia County working with health professionals are engaging in physical exercises aimed at managing excess weight. The founder of the Grassroots Tujengane initiative, Patricia Melissa, says irregular exercise boosts confidence, reduces medical cost, and improves performance at home and